Hello, dear dreamers. Welcome back to our peaceful sanctuary of animal stories that gently guide you toward the deepest, most restful sleep. Tonight, we're embarking on a magical journey through the forest kingdom, where ancient trees whisper secrets and woodland creatures live in perfect harmony with nature's rhythm. If this is your first time here, make yourself completely comfortable. If you're returning to our dreamy world, thank you for choosing to spend another evening with us. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel so you never miss these soothing bedtime adventures that help you drift into the most peaceful sleep. Now, let's begin our ritual of entering the forest. Find your most comfortable position in your bed. Let your body sink deeply into your mattress, feeling every muscle begin to release the tensions of the day. Close your eyes gently, as if delicate flower petals are slowly closing at sunset. Take a deep breath in through your nose. Feel the air filling your lungs like the cool, clean oxygen that forest trees generously offer to all living beings. Now exhale slowly through your mouth, releasing this breath like a gentle rustling of leaves in a soft evening breeze. With each breath, you're stepping closer to the edge of our magical forest sanctuary. Feel your body becoming heavier with each exhale. Your arms resting like fallen branches on your bed. Your legs settling like roots finding their place in rich, nourishing earth. Tonight, we're learning from the ancient wisdom of trees. Trees that have stood for decades, some for centuries, watching over the forest with patient, loving care. Imagine now that you are like one of these magnificent trees. Your spine becoming a strong, steady trunk. Your arms extending like graceful branches reaching toward the sky. Feel invisible roots growing from the base of your body. These roots are extending down through your mattress, through the floor, deep into the earth below. These roots are connecting you to the vast network of forest life. Every breath you take is now connected to the breathing of countless trees, all exhaling oxygen, all sharing in the peaceful rhythm of forest life. With each exhale, let your roots grow deeper, deeper into the rich, dark soil where earthworms move slowly, where tiny insects work patiently, where the underground network of life pulses with quiet energy. You are becoming part of this ancient forest system. Safe, grounded, perfectly supported by the earth beneath you. Let your breathing slow down naturally. Like the gentle, steady growth of trees that never rush, never hurry. Your breath is becoming as steady and peaceful as the breathing of the forest itself. In and out, slow and deep, like the ancient rhythm that has sustained forests for millions of years. Feel how your body is completely supported, just as every tree in the forest is supported by its roots, by the earth, by the community of other trees around it. Now that you're grounded like a beautiful tree, let's begin to notice the gentle sounds of our forest sanctuary. Listen carefully, and you'll hear the softest whisper of wind moving through countless leaves. This is the forest's way of breathing, the gentle inhale and exhale of an entire ecosystem. Somewhere in the distance, you can hear the delicate tapping of a woodpecker. Tap, tap, tap. A rhythmic, peaceful sound that echoes softly through the trees. This woodpecker is like nature's gentle drummer, keeping time for all the forest creatures. The sound is never harsh, never jarring. Just a soft, rhythmic reminder that life is happening all around you. Listen closer, and you'll hear the gentle rustling of small creatures moving through the fallen leaves on the forest floor. The quiet footsteps of field mice returning to their cozy burrows. the soft scurrying of squirrels gathering the last acorns of the season. These sounds are like whispered lullabies, so gentle they barely disturb the peaceful silence. From high in the canopy, you can hear the melodic songs of evening birds. They're not singing loudly or urgently. Instead, their voices are soft and musical, like a distant choir humming a gentle evening hymn. These birds are settling down for the night, their songs growing softer and softer as twilight approaches. Woven through all these sounds is the gentle murmur of a small stream flowing between the trees. The water moves slowly, peacefully, over smooth stones and around fallen logs. The stream's gentle babbling is like nature's own white noise machine, creating the perfect background for deep relaxation. The water has been flowing this same peaceful path for years, perhaps decades. It knows exactly where it's going, never rushing, never worried. Just flowing with complete trust in its natural course. Between all these gentle forest sounds, notice the spaces of perfect silence. These moments of quiet are just as important as the sounds themselves. In these silent spaces, the forest is listening. Listening to your heartbeat, listening to your breathing, welcoming you into its peaceful embrace. Sometimes you might hear the distant call of an owl. A soft, low hoot that seems to come from the very heart of the forest. This owl is like a gentle guardian, watching over all the creatures of the night. Its call is not alarming, but comforting. Like a wise grandmother softly calling her grandchildren home for the evening. The wind shifts slightly, and you hear the beautiful sound of thousands of leaves moving together. It sounds almost like ocean waves, but softer, more intimate. This is the forest's lullaby, the same song that has been sung for countless generations of woodland creatures. Notice how all these sounds blend together into one harmonious symphony. No single sound is competing with another. Every voice in this forest choir knows exactly when to sing and when to rest. This is the natural rhythm of peace that flows through every living thing in the forest. Now, take a deeper breath and notice the quality of the air in our forest sanctuary. This is not ordinary air. This is air that has been purified and enriched by thousands of trees, each one working tirelessly to transform carbon dioxide into the life-giving oxygen that fills your lungs. Scientists have discovered that trees release special substances called phytoncides. These are natural compounds that trees use to protect themselves from insects and bacteria. But these same substances have a wonderful effect on humans. They naturally reduce stress hormones, lower blood pressure, and promote the deepest, most restorative sleep. With every breath you take in our imaginary forest, you're breathing in these healing phytoncides. Feel them entering your lungs and flowing through your bloodstream. They're like gentle messengers, telling every cell in your body that it's time to relax. Time to rest. Time to let go of all the worries and tensions of the day. The oxygen from these trees is different from city air. It's cleaner, purer, filled with the life force of green growing things. Each molecule of oxygen carries with it the peaceful energy of the forest. As this oxygen flows through your body, it's washing away fatigue, washing away stress, replacing everything with pure, natural tranquility. Scientists tell us that just one mature oak tree can produce enough oxygen for 2 people for an entire year. Imagine being surrounded by hundreds of these generous trees, all quietly working to sustain life. The forest around you is like one enormous, living organism. Every tree, Every plant, every tiny insect and small animal is connected in an intricate web of life. Nothing in the forest exists alone. Everything is part of a greater whole, supporting and being supported by the community of life. Deep beneath the forest floor, the roots of different trees are actually connected through a vast network of fungal threads called mycorrhizae. Through this underground network, trees can share nutrients, water, and even information. Mother trees can send resources to their young saplings. Healthy trees can support those that are struggling. It's like nature's own internet, built from love and cooperation. This interconnectedness extends to every level of forest life. The earthworms that slowly move through the soil are aerating the earth, making it easier for roots to grow. The bees that visit forest flowers are pollinating plants, ensuring new growth. The woodpeckers that tap on tree trunks are removing harmful insects, keeping the trees healthy. Even the fallen leaves that carpet the forest floor are part of this beautiful system. As they slowly decompose, they're returning nutrients to the soil, feeding the very trees they once belonged to. Nothing in the forest is ever wasted. Everything has a purpose, everything belongs. You too are becoming part of this interconnected web of forest life. Your breath is joining the breathing of the forest. Your heartbeat is synchronizing with the slow, steady pulse of growing trees. Now it's time to take your first gentle steps into our forest sanctuary. In your mind's eye, see yourself standing at the edge of a beautiful woodland. Before you stretches a narrow, winding path carpeted with soft moss and fallen leaves. This path has been walked by countless forest creatures for many years. It feels safe, welcoming, perfectly suited for a peaceful evening stroll. Take your first step onto this path. Feel how your feet sink slightly into the soft carpet of leaves. The leaves rustle gently under your weight, but the sound is hushed, muffled by the moss beneath. It's like walking on nature's own soft cushion. The air around you is cool and slightly humid, carrying the rich sense of earth and growing things. You can smell the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, the clean scent of pine needles, the earthy aroma of moss and mushrooms. These scents are like natural aromatherapy, each one designed to calm your mind and relax your body. As you walk slowly along the path, low branches occasionally brush gently against your arms. But these touches feel friendly, not bothersome. It's as if the forest is reaching out to welcome you, to let you know that you belong here. You are safe here. You are home. The path curves gently ahead of you, disappearing around a bend marked by a massive oak tree. You're not in any hurry to see what lies ahead. Each step is a meditation, each breath a prayer of gratitude for this peaceful forest sanctuary. With each slow, deliberate step deeper into the forest, you feel yourself becoming more and more a part of this peaceful world. The boundaries between your body and the forest around you are beginning to soften. You're not just walking through the forest. You're becoming the forest. Your skin is becoming like bark, strong and protective but also breathable, allowing you to sense every change in temperature, every shift in the breeze. Your hair is becoming like leaves, sensitive to the slightest movement of air. Your arms are like branches, naturally swaying with the rhythm of the wind. This transformation feels completely natural, completely safe. You're not losing yourself. You're finding your true nature, your deep connection to all living things. This is what your ancestors felt when they lived close to the forest. This is the peace that has been waiting for you all along. Before we venture deeper into the forest layers, let me ask you. In the comments below, share with our peaceful community, what's your favorite tree, and what draws you to it? Is it the mighty oak with its strength, the graceful birch with its gentle beauty, or perhaps the wise pine with its year-round greenery? Your forest journey is just beginning. In the next part of our adventure, we'll explore the secret world beneath our feet, where tiny creatures live in perfect harmony with the cycle of seasons. For now, simply rest in this moment of connection. Feel yourself supported by the earth, embraced by the trees, welcomed into the eternal rhythm of forest life. Sleep is coming naturally now, as natural as leaves falling in autumn. Now that you've become one with the forest, let's gently descend to explore the secret world beneath our feet. Imagine yourself slowly, peacefully sinking down until you're resting on the soft carpet of fallen leaves that covers the forest floor. This is nature's own mattress, built up over countless seasons of trees shedding their leaves. Feel how perfectly soft this natural bed is beneath you. Layers upon layers of oak leaves, maple leaves, birch leaves, all in different stages of their journey back to the earth. Some leaves are still crisp and colorful, having just fallen in the recent weeks. Others are soft and brown, well along in their transformation. And beneath them all, the oldest leaves have become part of the rich, dark soil itself. This leaf litter is like a living library, each leaf holding the story of a tree's year. The bright yellow birch leaf beside your hand grew through spring rains and summer sunshine. The deep red maple leaf near your shoulder danced in autumn winds before floating gently to earth. Now they're all here together, creating the most comfortable bed you've ever experienced. As you rest here on this natural mattress, you begin to notice the gentle sounds of tiny creatures moving through the leaves around you. These are not scary sounds, but wonderfully peaceful ones. The soft scratching of beetles searching for food. The delicate footsteps of millipedes walking their slow, methodical paths. The gentle rustling of shrews tunneling through the leaf layers. Each sound is like a tiny note in nature's most gentle symphony. Lying here among the fallen leaves, you're witnessing one of nature's most beautiful and peaceful processes. The slow, gentle transformation of leaves back into soil. This is not a process of death, but of renewal. Each leaf is giving its nutrients back to the forest that created it. Feel the warmth beneath you. This gentle heat comes from the billions of tiny microorganisms working slowly and steadily to break down the organic matter. Bacteria and fungi, so small you cannot see them, but so important that without them, the forest could not exist. They work without rest, but also without haste, following the perfect rhythm that nature has perfected over millions of years. Some leaves will complete their transformation in just 1 year. Others, like the thick oak leaves, may take 2 or 3 years to fully become soil. There's no rushing this process. No deadlines to meet. No stress about completing the work. Just a slow, steady, peaceful progression from leaf to earth. This decomposition creates the rich, fertile soil that feeds new growth. The nutrients from these leaves will nourish seedlings next spring. Will help wildflowers bloom. Will support the growth of saplings that may one day become mighty trees themselves. It's a perfect circle of giving and receiving that has continued for countless generations. As you breathe slowly and deeply, imagine that your own body is learning from this process. Learning how to let go. Learning how to transform. learning how to give back to the world around you. If you could shrink down to the size of a water droplet, you would discover an entirely different world existing right here in the leaf litter around you. This is a world where bacteria the size of dots work alongside fungi that form delicate white threads, where tiny springtails bounce gently from leaf to leaf like microscopic kangaroos, where water bears, the most peaceful creatures on Earth, slowly amble through films of moisture. These microscopic creatures live in a world of slow motion. They don't know about clocks or schedules. They follow only the gentle rhythms of moisture and temperature, food and rest. A single bacterium might spend an entire day slowly breaking down one tiny piece of leaf. This is the ultimate lesson in patience and presence. The fungi here are particularly magical. They send out thin, thread-like structures called hyphae that connect leaves, twigs, and soil particles. These fungal networks are like nature's internet, allowing nutrients and information to flow from one part of the forest floor to another. When one area has excess nutrients, the fungi help share them with areas that need them more. Some of these fungi form partnerships with tree roots, creating mutually beneficial relationships that have existed for over 400 million years. The fungi help trees absorb water and nutrients, while the trees provide the fungi with sugars. It's a perfect example of cooperation and sharing in nature. As you rest here, you're lying on top of trillions of these helpful microorganisms, all working together to maintain the health of the forest. From your peaceful resting place on the forest floor, you begin to notice slightly larger creatures making their way through the leaf litter. Here comes a beautiful earthworm, moving with the slow, undulating motion that earthworms have perfected over millions of years. This earthworm is like nature's gentle gardener, slowly eating its way through soil and decomposing leaves. Watch how peacefully the earthworm moves. No rushing, no anxiety, just the steady, rhythmic contractions that propel it forward. As it moves, it's actually improving the soil, creating tiny tunnels that allow air and water to penetrate deeper into the earth. Its digestion process creates nutrient-rich castings that fertilize the forest floor. Every movement is purposeful, beneficial, part of the greater harmony of forest life. Here's a tiny shrew, one of the smallest mammals in the forest. Despite its incredibly fast metabolism that requires it to eat almost constantly, it moves through the leaves with surprising quietness. Its heart beats over 1,000 times per minute, and it seems perfectly calm, perfectly at peace with its high-energy lifestyle. There's a lesson here about how different creatures find their own perfect rhythm of life. A family of pill bugs rolls slowly across a nearby log. When they sense your presence, they don't panic or run away. Instead, they simply curl up into perfect little balls, demonstrating one of nature's most peaceful defense mechanisms. After a few moments, sensing no danger, they slowly uncurl and continue their gentle exploration of the decomposing wood. Each creature you observe is completely present in the moment, following its natural instincts without worry or stress. Now, if you look carefully through the fallen leaves, you'll begin to notice something remarkable. Tiny pathways worn smooth by countless tiny feet. These are the highways of the ant world, carefully maintained routes that connect ant colonies to their foraging areas. Watch as a line of worker ants moves steadily along one of these paths. Each ant is carrying something. A piece of leaf, a seed, a tiny twig. They move with purpose but without haste, following scent trails left by the ants who traveled this route before them. This chemical communication system is so sophisticated that ants can leave different messages. Food this way. Danger ahead. Home is in this direction. The ants work together so harmoniously that their colony functions like a single, peaceful organism. No ant is competing with another. No ant is trying to do someone else's job. Each one knows its role and performs it with quiet dedication. Worker ants forage and build. Soldier ants protect the colony. Nurse ants care for the young. The queen ant focuses on laying eggs. Everyone has a purpose, everyone contributes. If you're finding these forest stories helpful for your sleep, remember to subscribe to our channel. We create these peaceful journeys every week to help you drift into the most restful sleep. Your subscription helps us continue bringing you these calming adventures through the natural world. Following the ant trail with your eyes, you notice how it curves around obstacles rather than going straight through them. Ants have learned to work with nature, not against it. When they encounter a fallen twig, they go around it. When they find a puddle, they find another route. As you continue watching these remarkable ants, you begin to understand why ancient cultures often look to ant colonies as examples of wisdom and cooperation. Each ant you see is part of a society that may include hundreds of thousands of individuals, yet there's no chaos, no conflict. Just peaceful, organized activity. The ants' work schedule follows the natural rhythms of day and night, weather and seasons. During the heat of the day, they may rest in the cool chambers of their underground home. In the evening, like now, they emerge to forage in the comfortable temperatures. They don't fight against natural conditions. They adapt to them, work with them. Some of these ants are farmers, cultivating fungus gardens in special chambers underground. Others are architects, constantly maintaining and expanding the intricate tunnel systems. Still others are meteorologists, somehow sensing changes in weather and preparing the colony accordingly. Yet none of them seem stressed or overwhelmed by their responsibilities. Watch how an ant carrying a burden too heavy for itself will simply wait until another ant comes to help. There's no pride preventing them from accepting assistance. No competition to see who can carry the most. Just natural cooperation and mutual support. The chemical trails that ants follow fade naturally over time. If a food source is depleted, the trail disappears and ants find new routes. This teaches us about letting go, about adapting to change, about not holding on to pathways that no longer serve us. As you observe these wise little creatures, you feel yourself absorbing their peaceful energy, their sense of purpose without urgency, their cooperation without competition. From your comfortable resting place among the leaves, take a moment to listen to all the gentle sounds of life in the forest floor around you. The soft scratching of beetle feet on bark. The almost inaudible footsteps of spiders walking across leaves. The gentle munching sounds of caterpillars slowly eating their way through fallen petals. Each sound is incredibly quiet, barely noticeable unless you're really listening. But together, they create a symphony of peaceful activity. This is the sound of life continuing at its own perfect pace. No urgency, no deadlines, just the steady rhythm of creatures living exactly as they're meant to live. Occasionally, you hear the soft plop of a dewdrop falling from a leaf high above, or the gentle rustle as a mouse family rearranges their nest in a nearby log. These sounds don't startle you. Instead, they add to the overall feeling of safety and peace. You're surrounded by life, but it's all gentle life. Creatures that have learned to coexist, to share resources, to live in harmony. The temperature here on the forest floor is perfectly comfortable. The thick layer of leaves acts as insulation, keeping you warm but not hot. The humidity is just right, creating the perfect environment for all these decomposers and small creatures to do their important work. Feel how your breathing is naturally synchronized with the slow rhythm of forest floor life. Your heartbeat is slowed to match the peaceful pulse of this underground world. You're becoming part of this community of quiet creatures, all of whom know the secret of living without stress. As our exploration of the forest floor comes to a peaceful close, take a moment to appreciate all the wisdom you've absorbed from this hidden world. You've learned about patience from the decomposing leaves, about cooperation from the ants, about gentle persistence from the earthworms, about finding your own rhythm from the shrews and pill bugs. This forest floor will continue its quiet work long after you've moved on. The bacteria and fungi will keep breaking down organic matter. The ants will keep following their scented highways. The earthworms will keep aerating the soil. All of this happens without any recognition, without any applause. Just the quiet satisfaction of work that serves the greater good. Before we slowly rise to explore the middle layers of our forest, I'm curious. In the comments below, tell us about a time when you found peace in nature's small details. Maybe you watched ants working in your garden, or noticed how leaves change as they decompose, or simply felt comforted by the sounds of insects on a quiet evening. Share your story with our peaceful community. Feel yourself slowly, gently beginning to rise from your comfortable bed of leaves. You're not leaving this peaceful energy behind. You're carrying it with you as you prepare to explore the trunks and branches that rise above the forest floor. The wisdom of the underground world will stay with you, helping you remain calm and centered no matter where your forest journey takes you. As you rise, you feel grateful for this time among the small creatures and gentle processes that keep the forest alive and healthy. Now that you've rested peacefully on the forest floor, it's time to discover the hidden world that exists beneath even the deepest layers of fallen leaves. Imagine yourself gently sinking deeper, past the leaf litter, past the rich dark topsoil, into a realm that few humans ever get to see. This is the underground kingdom of the forest, where some of the most important work in the entire ecosystem takes place. As you descend, the light grows softer, more filtered. The sounds become more muffled, more intimate. You're entering a world of whispers and gentle movements, where communication happens through chemistry rather than sound. This underground realm is neither dark nor frightening. Instead, it feels like being wrapped in a warm, protective embrace. Here in this subterranean world, you begin to notice something extraordinary. Thin, white threads stretching between tree roots. Delicate as spider silk, but infinitely more important. These are the fungal networks known as mycorrhizae, and they represent one of nature's most beautiful examples of cooperation and mutual support. These fungal threads are like nature's own internet, connecting tree to tree, plant to plant, creating a communication network that spans the entire forest. Through these connections, the forest functions not as individual trees competing with each other, but as one giant, cooperative organism. Each tree is like a node in a vast network of sharing and support. Feel how peaceful it is here in this underground world. There's no rushing, no competition, just the slow, steady work of connection and communication that has been going on for millions of years. As you rest here among these miraculous fungal networks, begin to understand how truly revolutionary this underground system is. These thin threads, called hyphae, can extend for miles beneath a single forest. One handful of forest soil may contain several miles of these fungal highways. They're so fine that hundreds could fit through the eye of a needle, yet they're strong enough to support the entire forest ecosystem. The fungi and tree roots work together in perfect partnership. The fungi help trees absorb water and essential nutrients like phosphorus and nitrogen from the soil. In return, the trees provide the fungi with sugars created through photosynthesis. Neither partner could thrive without the other. It's a relationship built on mutual benefit, trust, and sharing. What's even more amazing is that this network allows trees to communicate. When a tree is attacked by insects, it can send chemical signals through the fungal network to warn neighboring trees. These warned trees can then begin producing defensive compounds before the insects reach them. It's like a forest-wide early warning system, operated entirely through underground cooperation. Older, larger trees often act like wise grandparents in this network. They share resources with younger saplings that are struggling in the shade. When a tree is dying, it will often download all its remaining nutrients into the network, ensuring that its life force continues to support the forest community even after it's gone. Rest here for a moment and feel yourself becoming part of this underground web of connection. Your own energy joining the slow, steady pulse of nutrients and information flowing beneath the forest floor. Through these underground networks, you're beginning to understand that trees are not the silent, solitary beings they appear to be. They're actually highly social creatures, constantly communicating, sharing resources, supporting each other through challenges. A forest is like a large, extended family, with each tree playing its part in the community's health and survival. Mother trees, the largest and oldest in the forest, act as central hubs in this network. They can be connected to hundreds of other trees through the fungal web. These ancient trees have lived through countless seasons, droughts, storms, and attacks. They hold the forest's collective memory and wisdom, sharing it generously with younger generations. When a mother tree senses that one of her offspring is struggling, she can actually send more nutrients in that direction through the fungal network. If a young tree is growing in deep shade, the mother tree might increase her support until the sapling is strong enough to survive on its own. This parental care can continue for decades. Different species of trees also support each other through this network. A pine tree might share nutrients with a nearby birch, and the birch might return the favor during a different season. This interspecies cooperation creates a more resilient forest that can withstand diseases, pests, and climate changes better than any individual tree could alone. Scientists have discovered that trees can even recognize their own relatives through chemical signals and provide extra support to their offspring. Family bonds exist in the forest just as they do in human communities, but they're expressed through the gentle exchange of nutrients and protective chemicals. Imagine yourself as part of this gentle flow of nutrients moving through the fungal network. Feel how resources move slowly, steadily from areas of abundance to areas of need. There's no hoarding in this system, no greed or competition. Just the natural flow of giving and receiving that keeps the entire forest healthy and balanced. In spring, When some trees are producing excess sugars from new photosynthesis, they share these resources with trees that are still awakening from winter dormancy. In autumn, trees that are preparing for winter sleep contribute their remaining nutrients to help others prepare for the cold months ahead. This seasonal sharing ensures that no tree faces the challenges of weather changes alone. The flow of nutrients through this network is like a slow, peaceful river. Sometimes the flow is barely perceptible, just maintaining the connections between trees. Other times, during emergencies like drought or disease, the flow increases as the forest community rallies to support its struggling members. But it's always gentle, always sustainable, never depleting the givers. This underground economy operates on principles of abundance rather than scarcity. Trees seem to understand that by supporting their neighbors, they create a stronger, more resilient community that benefits everyone. When the forest as a whole is healthy, each individual tree is more likely to thrive. Feel this wisdom sinking into your own consciousness. The understanding that cooperation creates more prosperity than competition. That sharing resources strengthens everyone involved. That true security comes from being part of a supportive community rather than trying to succeed alone. Now, as you rest peacefully in this underground network, begin to notice some of the smallest mammalian residents of the forest floor. Here comes a tiny shrew, one of the most energetic creatures in the entire forest. Despite weighing less than a nickel, this little being lives life at an incredibly fast pace. Its heart beats over 1,200 times per minute, and it must eat every few hours or it will starve. Watch how this tiny shrew moves through the tunnels between tree roots. Even though its metabolism is racing, there's something deeply peaceful about its focused intensity. It knows exactly what it needs to do to survive, and it does it without anxiety or stress. It doesn't worry about tomorrow's meal while it's eating today's. It doesn't compare its life to that of slower animals. It simply lives fully in its own perfect rhythm. The shrew's diet consists mainly of insects, worms, and small invertebrates that it finds in the leaf litter and soil. In a way, shrews are like nature's pest control service, keeping populations of potential plant-eating insects in balance. They work the night shift while many other animals sleep, contributing to the forest's health in their own unique way. Despite needing to eat almost constantly, shrews don't seem frantic or stressed. They move with purpose and efficiency, but also with a kind of zen-like focus. They've found a way to live an intense life while remaining perfectly present in each moment. There's a lesson here about how different life rhythms can all be equally valid and peaceful. If you're enjoying this gentle journey through the forest's hidden world, please subscribe to our channel. We share these peaceful explorations every week to help you find deeper relaxation and better sleep. As the tiny shrew disappears into the undergrowth, you notice another small movement nearby. A field mouse emerges from a tunnel beneath a fallen log, its cheek pouches bulging with seeds it has collected. This little creature represents a completely different approach to forest life. Where the shrew lives intensely in the present moment, the mouse plans carefully for the future. Watch as this thoughtful little mouse adds its newly gathered seeds to a carefully organized cache hidden beneath the roots of an old oak tree. Mice are among nature's most skilled hoarders, creating multiple storage sites throughout their territory. They collect acorns, seeds, nuts, and dried berries during times of abundance, ensuring they'll have food during lean winter months. The mouse's storage technique is surprisingly sophisticated. Different types of food are often stored in different locations. Perishable items like fresh berries are eaten immediately, while nuts and seeds that can last through winter are carefully buried. Some mice create decoy caches to confuse potential thieves, while keeping their real treasures in secret locations. There's something deeply satisfying about watching this mouse work. Its movements are careful and deliberate, never wasted. It doesn't gather more than it needs, but it always gathers enough. This is nature's lesson in sustainable planning. Taking care of future needs without depleting present resources. Working steadily without anxiety about whether there will be enough. The mouse pauses occasionally to clean its whiskers and check for danger, but it doesn't seem worried or stressed. It trusts in its ability to provide for itself. It trusts in the forest's abundance. It works with quiet confidence, knowing that its patient efforts will sustain it through whatever challenges lie ahead. From your peaceful resting place in the underground root network, you hear a gentle rustling nearby. A hedgehog is slowly making its way through the fallen leaves, moving with the unhurried pace that makes hedgehogs such wonderful teachers of patience. This spiny little creature demonstrates that sometimes the slowest approach is actually the wisest. The hedgehog's strategy for life is beautifully simple. When threatened, it doesn't run or fight. Instead, it simply curls up into a perfect ball of protective spines and waits for danger to pass. This teaches us that sometimes the best response to life's challenges is simply to protect ourselves gently and wait for difficult times to move on. As the hedgehog continues its evening foraging, you notice an even slower creature making its way across a nearby leaf. A garden snail, carrying its home on its back, moves with the kind of patience that modern humans have almost forgotten. The snail doesn't worry about how long its journey takes. It doesn't compare its speed to that of other creatures. It simply moves steadily forward, trusting that it will reach its destination when the time is right. The snail's trail glistens faintly in the dim light. This silvery path is made of mucus that helps the snail glide smoothly over rough surfaces. Even something that might seem unpleasant to us serves a beautiful purpose in nature. The snail's trail also helps other snails find their way to food sources or safe resting places. One creature's journey becomes a guide for others. Both the hedgehog and the snail remind us that there are many different speeds of living, and all of them are perfect. Fast like the shrew, moderate like the mouse, slow like the hedgehog and snail. Each creature has found its own ideal pace. As your exploration of the underground forest world draws to a peaceful close, take a moment to absorb all the wisdom these small creatures have shared with you. The shrews have taught you that even intense energy can be channeled peacefully when you're fully present. The mice have shown you how to plan for the future without anxiety. The hedgehogs have demonstrated the power of gentle protection. The snails have revealed the beauty of moving at your own perfect pace. All of these creatures share something in common. They live without rushing, without forcing, without fighting against their natural rhythms. They trust in the forest's abundance. They trust in their own abilities. They trust in the wisdom of simply being exactly who they are meant to be. The underground networks that connect all these creatures continue their silent work. Nutrients flowing, information passing, support systems functioning. All of this happens below our everyday awareness, yet it's absolutely essential for life above ground. Sometimes the most important work is the work that goes unseen. Before we begin our gentle ascent to explore the tree trunks and middle layers of our forest, share with us in the comments. What small creature have you observed that taught you something about patience or living in the moment? Maybe it was a caterpillar slowly crossing a path, or a spider carefully building its web. Tell our peaceful community about your moment of connection with nature's smaller teachers. Feel yourself slowly beginning to rise from this underground realm. You're carrying with you the peaceful energy of all these wise small creatures. The patience of the snail, the focus of the shrew, the planning wisdom of the mouse, the gentle protection of the hedgehog. This underground wisdom will support you as we explore the visible world of tree trunks and branches that rises above the forest floor. Now it's time to slowly, gently rise from the underground world and begin exploring the magnificent tree trunks that form the pillars of our forest cathedral. Feel yourself floating peacefully upward, past the root networks, past the rich soil, until you're standing among the massive columns of bark that support the entire forest canopy above. These tree trunks are like ancient pillars in nature's most sacred temple. Some of these oaks and maples have been standing here for 50, 100, even 200 years. They've witnessed countless seasons, weathered countless storms, provided shelter and sustenance for thousands of generations of forest creatures. Each ring hidden beneath their bark tells the story of a year lived with patience and grace. As you stand here among these gentle giants, take a moment to truly appreciate their presence. Notice how solid and reassuring they feel. How stable and permanent. These trees have found the secret of growing slowly but surely, adding just a little bit of height and girth each year, never rushing, never forcing their development. They trust completely in the natural process of gradual, steady growth. The air here in the middle layer of the forest feels different from the underground world you just left. It's cooler, more open, filled with gentle breezes that whisper between the trunks. Filtered sunlight creates patterns of light and shadow that shift slowly as the day progresses. This is the perfect environment for discovering the communities of creatures that make their homes on and around these living pillars. Place your hand gently against the bark of the nearest tree. Feel its texture, its temperature, its subtle aliveness. Look closely at the bark surface under your hand, and you'll begin to notice something remarkable. The bark is not just brown and empty. It's actually covered with tiny gardens of the most beautiful and ancient organisms on Earth. These are lichens, and they represent one of nature's most successful partnerships. Each lichen you see is actually two completely different organisms living together in perfect harmony. A fungus provides the structure and protection, while tiny algae or bacteria inside provide food through photosynthesis. Neither organism could survive alone, but together they create something beautiful and resilient that can thrive in conditions where most other life forms cannot. Some of these lichens are bright yellow-green, looking like tiny abstract paintings on the bark. Others are pale gray or white, forming delicate, lace-like patterns. Still others are deep orange or red, adding splashes of color to the tree trunk. Each species has its own preferred location. Some prefer the north side of trees where it's cooler and moister. Others thrive on the sunny south side. The lichens grow incredibly slowly. Some of the larger patches you see may be decades or even centuries old. They add perhaps just a millimeter of growth each year, but they're in no hurry. They've perfected the art of patient persistence. Year after year, season after season, they continue their quiet work of slowly expanding their territory on the bark. These peaceful organisms are like nature's air purifiers. They absorb pollutants from the air and can only survive in areas with good air quality. When you see abundant lichens on trees, you know you're in a healthy, unpolluted environment. As you explore more tree trunks around you, begin to notice the incredible diversity of lichen forms. Some lichens are crusty, forming tight, flat patches that seem to be painted directly onto the bark. Others are leafy, with edges that curl up like tiny lettuce leaves. Still others are shrubby, standing up from the bark surface like miniature forests. One particularly beautiful type forms intricate, branching patterns that look like tiny coral reefs growing on the tree trunk. These are called fruticose lichens, and they can create three-dimensional gardens of extraordinary delicate beauty. Some species look like tiny white or gray beards hanging from the bark. Others form cup-shaped structures perfect for collecting dewdrops. The colors of lichens change subtly with the light and moisture conditions. In the early morning, when dew covers their surfaces, they appear more vibrant and saturated. As the day progresses and they dry out, the colors become more muted and pastel. This natural color-changing ability helps them regulate their temperature and moisture levels. Touch one of these lichen patches gently with your fingertip. Notice how some feel smooth and leathery, while others are rough and bumpy. Some are surprisingly soft, while others are quite hard and brittle. Each texture tells you something about how that particular lichen has adapted to its environment. These remarkable organisms are completely self-sufficient. They don't take any nutrients from the tree they're growing on. Instead, they manufacture everything they need from air, water, and sunlight. They're perfect examples of how to live lightly on the earth, taking only what they need and giving back clean air in return. Moving to another tree trunk, you discover an entirely different type of plant covering parts of the bark. Soft, green moss forms thick cushions that look incredibly inviting. These mosses create their own microhabitat on the tree, holding moisture like tiny sponges and providing shelter for countless microscopic creatures. Run your hand gently over a patch of moss. Notice how soft and springy it feels, like nature's own velvet cushion. These mosses are actually composed of thousands of tiny individual plants, each one perfectly formed but no bigger than your fingernail. Together, they create these beautiful, comfortable-looking carpets on the bark. Moss has been growing on trees for over 400 million years. Long before flowers existed, before grass covered the earth, mosses were already perfecting their gentle lifestyle. They've learned to thrive in the spaces that other plants find too challenging. The shady, moist spots where there's not enough light for most other plants. Like lichens, mosses are incredibly patient growers. They spread slowly, gradually, never competing aggressively with other plants. Instead, they wait for the right conditions and then quietly establish themselves in available spaces. They're masters of the art of gentle persistence. The moss also serves as a wonderful home for tiny creatures. Microscopic animals called tardigrades, also known as water bears, live in films of water within the moss. These creatures are among the most peaceful beings on Earth, moving slowly through their moss jungle, feeding on bacteria and plant matter. When conditions get too dry, they simply curl up and wait for moisture to return. From somewhere higher up in the trees, you begin to hear the gentle, rhythmic tapping that announces the presence of one of the forest's most skilled craftsmen. A woodpecker is at work, and the sound is not harsh or jarring, but rather like a peaceful percussion instrument adding rhythm to the forest's symphony. Listen to the pattern of the tapping. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 pause. This isn't random noise, but rather a sophisticated form of communication. Different woodpecker species have their own distinctive rhythms and patterns. Some tap in rapid bursts, others in slow, measured beats. Some create elaborate drum solos, while others prefer simple, repetitive patterns. The woodpecker you're hearing is likely a downy woodpecker, one of the gentler members of the woodpecker family. Watch as it moves up the tree trunk with remarkable grace. Its specially designed feet, with 2 toes pointing forward and 2 pointing backward, allow it to cling securely to vertical bark surfaces. Its stiff tail feathers serve as a prop, helping it maintain balance while it works. The woodpecker's beak is perfectly designed for its work. Strong enough to penetrate bark, but precise enough to extract tiny insects from beneath the surface. As it taps, it's actually listening. Its sensitive hearing can detect the hollow sounds that indicate insect tunnels beneath the bark. It's like a forest doctor, using percussion to diagnose problems and then providing treatment. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you're finding peace in these forest discoveries. We create these gentle journeys every week to help you connect with nature's calming wisdom. Watching this industrious woodpecker work, you begin to understand what an important service it provides to the forest community. This bird is like a skilled physician, diagnosing and treating diseased trees. When it finds bark beetles or other harmful insects living beneath the bark, it carefully removes them, often saving the tree from serious damage. The woodpecker's tongue is an amazing tool. It can extend up to 4 inches beyond its beak, and it's covered with tiny barbs and sticky saliva that help it extract insects from deep within the bark. Some woodpeckers even have tongues that wrap around the inside of their skulls when retracted. This remarkable anatomy allows them to reach insects that no other bird could access. As the woodpecker feeds, it's performing a delicate balancing act in a forest ecosystem. It removes enough harmful insects to keep trees healthy, but not so many that beneficial insects are eliminated. This natural pest control has been operating perfectly for millions of years, requiring no chemicals, no artificial interventions. Just the patient, skilled work of birds who know exactly what they're doing. Different species of woodpeckers specialize in different types of insects in different parts of the tree. Some focus on bark beetles in the outer bark. Others search for carpenter ants in the heartwood. Still others specialize in fly larvae in rotting wood. This specialization ensures that every type of tree pest has a natural predator keeping it in check. The holes that woodpeckers create in their foraging also serve important functions for other forest creatures. These cavities provide nesting sites for many other bird species, as well as shelters for squirrels, bats, and various insects. As you continue observing the woodpecker's work, you notice that some of the holes in nearby trees are much larger and more carefully crafted than simple foraging holes. These are nesting cavities, architectural marvels created with the patience and skill of master craftsmen. Each one represents weeks of careful excavation, with both male and female woodpeckers taking turns to hollow out their future home. The entrance hole is always perfectly round and just the right size for the woodpecker species that created it. too large, and predators could enter. Too small, and the birds couldn't bring food to their young. Inside, the cavity expands into a comfortable chamber with a slightly concave floor that will keep eggs from rolling out. Once a woodpecker family has finished using a nesting cavity, it becomes available for other forest residents. Flying squirrels often move into old woodpecker holes, adding soft nesting materials like moss and feathers. Various songbird species that can't excavate their own cavities gratefully adopt these ready-made homes. Even some duck species nest in large woodpecker holes near water. Watch how the woodpecker takes frequent breaks from its work. It doesn't exhaust itself with continuous effort. Instead, it works for a while, then rests, then resumes. It often pauses to look around, to listen for danger, to interact with its mate. This is nature's lesson in balanced productivity. Working steadily but not frantically. Accomplishing important tasks while still taking time to enjoy life. The rhythmic tapping continues, but it seems to be growing fainter as the woodpecker moves to a different part of the tree. Its work will continue tomorrow, and the day after, following the patient rhythm that has sustained woodpecker families for countless generations. As our exploration of tree bark communities comes to a peaceful close, take a moment to appreciate the incredible complexity and harmony of life that exists on these living vertical surfaces. Each tree trunk is like a high-rise apartment building, with lichens and mosses creating the landscaping, woodpeckers serving as both maintenance crew and residents, and countless tiny creatures finding shelter and sustenance in the crevices and under the protective growths. This bark ecosystem operates with the same principles of cooperation and mutual benefit that you discovered in the underground root networks. The lichens purify the air that all creatures breathe. The mosses provide moisture and shelter for microscopic life. The woodpeckers keep trees healthy by removing harmful insects. Everything works together in beautiful balance. Stand quietly among these tree trunks for a moment and feel yourself becoming part of this vertical world. You're surrounded by living pillars that have stood steadily for decades, weathering every storm, supporting countless lives, growing slowly but surely toward the light. Their patience and persistence is deeply calming. Their steady presence is profoundly reassuring. Before we begin climbing higher to explore the middle branches where squirrels and other mammals make their homes, I'd love to hear from you. In the comments below, tell us about your favorite tree. Is it one from your childhood that you used to climb? A tree in your yard that you watched through the seasons? Or perhaps a magnificent tree you encountered while hiking? Share what makes that tree special to you. Feel yourself preparing to ascend higher into our forest cathedral. You're carrying with you the peaceful wisdom of the lichen partnerships, the patient persistence of the mosses, the skilled dedication of the woodpeckers. As we move into the world of branches and leaves, these lessons will continue to guide you toward deeper and deeper relaxation. Now it's time to leave the solid comfort of tree trunks behind and venture into the dynamic, three-dimensional world of branches and leaves. Feel yourself being gently lifted up into the middle canopy of our forest, where gravity becomes less important and agility becomes everything. This is the aerial highway system of the forest, where some of nature's most acrobatic creatures have made their homes. As you rise into this middle layer, notice how the quality of light changes. Sunbeams filter through countless leaves, creating a soft, green-tinted illumination that shifts and dances as branches move in the gentle breeze. The air here feels lighter, more mobile. You can sense the subtle swaying motion of the branches around you, a gentle rocking that's incredibly soothing. This middle canopy is like nature's superhighway. Branches interweave and connect, creating aerial pathways that extend for hundreds of yards without ever touching the ground. It's a complete transportation network designed by trees growing toward each other over decades, creating bridges that wildlife has learned to navigate with incredible skill. Listen carefully, and you'll begin to hear the sounds of this aerial world. The soft scratching of claws on bark. The gentle rustling of leaves as something moves through them. The quiet chattering of creatures communicating with family members. These are not harsh or startling sounds, but rather the peaceful audio signature of a community that has learned to live gracefully among the branches. Feel yourself becoming lighter, more agile, perfectly adapted to this three-dimensional world where movement flows in all directions. Up, down, across, around. This is a realm where the shortest distance between 2 points is rarely a straight line. Suddenly, with a flash of gray fur and a flourish of a bushy tail, a squirrel appears on a branch just a few feet away from you. This graceful acrobat pauses for just a moment, fixing you with one bright, intelligent eye before continuing its journey through the canopy. Watch as it demonstrates what millions of years of evolution in the trees has created. A creature perfectly designed for three-dimensional living. The squirrel's body is like a living example of aerodynamic engineering. Its long, bushy tail serves as a rudder for balance during jumps, a parachute to slow falls, a blanket for warmth, and a communication device for signaling to other squirrels. Its powerful hind legs can propel it distances of up to 10 feet between branches. Its sharp claws and flexible joints allow it to run headfirst down tree trunks, defying gravity with casual ease. Watch the squirrel's movement pattern. It doesn't move frantically or randomly. Instead, it follows well-established routes to the canopy, pathways it has memorized through repeated use. These squirrel highways connect important resources. Not trees, water sources, nesting sites, safe resting spots. The squirrel knows every branch, every gap, every shortcut in its aerial territory. Notice how the squirrel pauses frequently. Not from exhaustion, but from caution. It stops to listen, to look around, to assess conditions before making its next move. This combination of incredible athleticism with careful planning is what has made squirrels so successful in forest environments. They're bold enough to make daring leaps, but wise enough to calculate each jump carefully. The squirrel's confidence is deeply calming to watch. It moves through this aerial world with the same comfort that you feel walking on solid ground. As you continue watching this remarkable squirrel, you begin to appreciate the sheer artistry of its movement. Each leap from branch to branch is perfectly calculated. The squirrel seems to instinctively understand physics concepts like momentum, trajectory, and energy conservation. It knows exactly how much force to put into each jump, how to adjust its body position mid-flight, how to land gracefully even on branches that bend and sway under its weight. When the squirrel encounters a gap that seems too wide to jump, it doesn't give up. Instead, it looks for alternative routes. Perhaps a series of smaller jumps using intermediate branches. Or maybe a path that goes higher or lower to find a narrower crossing point. This problem-solving ability is remarkable. The squirrel treats the canopy like a three-dimensional puzzle, always finding creative solutions. Sometimes the squirrel will leap to a thin branch that bends dramatically under its weight. But rather than being alarmed, the squirrel rides the bending branch like a natural springboard, using the stored energy to propel itself even further to the next tree. It's turned what might seem like a problem into an advantage. This is nature's lesson in adaptive thinking. Watch how the squirrel uses its tail. During jumps, the tail spreads wide to catch air and provide stability. When running along branches, it curves for balance. When the squirrel sits still, the tail wraps around its body like a warm scarf. This single appendage serves so many functions, demonstrating the elegant efficiency of natural design. The squirrel's fearlessness is inspiring. It lives 30 feet above the ground, yet moves with complete confidence. It has learned to trust its abilities, trust the strength of the branches, trust in the aerial highway system that has supported countless generations of its family. Now the squirrel has stopped at a large oak tree and is carefully examining the acorns. This is autumn, the season of gathering, and you're witnessing one of nature's most important rituals. The patient, methodical collection and storage of food for the winter months ahead. Watch as the squirrel carefully inspects each acorn, turning it over in its paws, sometimes even shaking it near its ear to listen for signs of internal damage. Not all acorns are created equal. Some are fresh and perfect for storage. Others may have been damaged by insects and will spoil quickly. Still others might be immature and won't provide adequate nutrition. The squirrel has learned to distinguish between them through careful examination. This quality control process ensures that only the best nuts make it into long-term storage. When the squirrel finds an acceptable acorn, it begins the burial process. First, it finds a suitable location. Usually in soft soil where digging is easy, but not in areas prone to flooding. Then it uses its front paws to excavate a small hole, places the acorn inside, and carefully covers it with soil and leaves. The whole process is completed with methodical precision. What's truly remarkable is the squirrel's memory system. It can remember the locations of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of buried nuts. Scientists have discovered that squirrels use spatial memory, landmark recognition, and even scent cues to relocate their caches. They create detailed mental maps of their territory, marking cache locations in relation to trees, rocks, and other permanent features. The squirrel doesn't just bury everything in one location. Instead, it creates numerous small caches scattered throughout its territory. This scatter hoarding strategy ensures that even if some caches are discovered by other animals or destroyed by weather, plenty of backup supplies remain. From a nearby tree comes a different sound. The sharp, clear chirping of a chipmunk. These smaller cousins of squirrels have their own approach to canopy living, though they spend more time on the ground than their gray relatives. Watch as a striped chipmunk scurries along a fallen log that bridges two trees, its cheek pouches bulging comically with gathered seeds. Chipmunks are perhaps even more organized than squirrels when it comes to food storage. While squirrels scatter their caches widely, chipmunks prefer to maintain centralized storage facilities. Underground burrows with specialized chambers for different purposes. Sleeping chambers, nursery chambers, storage chambers, even waste disposal chambers. It's like an underground apartment complex designed for maximum efficiency. The chipmunk you're watching pauses to stuff even more seeds into its expandable cheek pouches. These pouches can stretch to 3 times the size of the chipmunk's head, allowing it to transport impressive quantities of food in a single trip. When full, the pouches make the chipmunk look almost comical, but this adaptation allows for incredibly efficient food gathering. Unlike squirrels, which remain active throughout winter, chipmunks enter a state called torpor. Not quite hibernation, but a deep sleep where their body temperature and heart rate drop significantly to conserve energy. They wake up periodically to eat from their stored supplies, then return to sleep. This strategy requires less food than remaining active all winter, but it demands careful preparation and accurate estimation of winter food needs. If you're enjoying these peaceful observations of forest life, remember to subscribe to our channel. These weekly journeys into the natural world are designed to help you find the deep relaxation that comes from connecting with nature's wisdom. As you rest peacefully among the branches, begin to notice the various holes and cavities in the tree trunks around you. These aren't random defects in the wood. They're carefully crafted homes, each one representing hours of patient excavation or the fortunate discovery of a natural hollow. The trees in this forest are like apartment buildings, providing homes for dozens of different species at various levels. Look closely at a large oak tree nearby. You can see several different holes at different heights. Each one tells a story. The small, round hole about 15 feet up was probably created by a downy woodpecker. The larger, oval opening at 20 feet might house a family of flying squirrels. The substantial cavity near the top could be home to a screech owl or a wood duck. These tree hollows form naturally as trees age. Branches break off in storms, leaving wounds that eventually become cavities as the heartwood decays. Fungi and bacteria slowly hollow out these spaces, creating perfectly sized chambers for wildlife. The process takes years, sometimes decades, which is why older trees are so valuable to forest ecosystems. They're literally housing developments that can't be quickly replaced. Each cavity provides specific benefits: protection from weather, security from predators, insulation for temperature control, privacy for raising young. Some animals line their tree holes with soft materials like moss, feathers, or shredded bark to create comfortable nests. Others prefer the bare wood surface. The entrance size of each hole determines which animals can use it. A hole just large enough for a chickadee will exclude larger competitors and predators. A cavity sized for a wood duck family needs to be much larger. This natural size sorting system ensures that each species has access to appropriate housing. What's particularly fascinating about these tree cavity communities is how different species share the same spaces at different times of year. A woodpecker family might use a hole for nesting in spring, then abandon it when their young fledge. A squirrel family might move in for the summer months. Flying squirrels might take over for autumn and winter. Each resident may modify the space slightly to suit their needs, but all benefit from the solid construction. Some tree cavities become multi-generational homes. The same hole might house woodpecker families for several breeding seasons, then serve as winter shelter for various small mammals, then become a nursery for a new generation of woodpeckers. These holes can remain functional for decades, becoming valuable real estate in the forest community. Watch as a red squirrel emerges from a cavity about 12 feet up in a maple tree. It pauses at the entrance, checking carefully for danger before venturing out. This cautious behavior is essential for creatures that live in fixed locations. Unlike nomadic animals that can simply move away from threats, hole-dwelling animals must be more vigilant about security. The red squirrel disappears back into its hole, probably to tend to its carefully organized cache of seeds and nuts stored inside. Red squirrels are known for their territorial behavior and their impressive storage systems. A single red squirrel might accumulate several bushels of pine cones, nuts, and seeds in various storage sites throughout its territory. Different levels of the same tree often house different species. This vertical segregation reduces competition and allows more animals to share the same area. Ground-dwelling creatures use holes near the base. Mid-level species occupy cavities 10 to 20 feet up. Canopy specialists prefer holes high in the crown. It's like a natural high-rise apartment complex with different neighborhoods at each floor. As your exploration of the middle canopy draws to a peaceful close, take a moment to appreciate the incredible engineering and cooperation that makes this aerial world possible. The trees have grown for decades to create these living highways. The animals have evolved remarkable abilities to navigate three-dimensional space. Different species have found ways to share resources and living spaces without conflict. This middle layer of the forest demonstrates that there are many ways to approach life successfully. The athletic squirrels with their daring leaps and scattered caches. The methodical chipmunks with their organized underground facilities. The cavity nesters with their secure tree hole apartments. Each species has found its own perfect balance between risk and security, between individual effort and community cooperation. Feel yourself absorbing the lessons of this aerial community. The value of careful planning demonstrated by the nut-gathering animals. The importance of calculated risk-taking shown by the jumping squirrels. The wisdom of choosing appropriate shelter illustrated by the cavity dwellers. The benefits of sharing resources peacefully exemplified by the whole succession system. Before we ascend higher into the leafy crown of our forest cathedral, share with us in the comments. What's the most acrobatic animal you've ever watched? Perhaps squirrels in your backyard, monkeys at a zoo, or cats navigating high places. Tell our peaceful community about a time when you were amazed by an animal's physical abilities. Feel yourself preparing to rise even higher, into the realm of leaves and flowers where birds weave their songs through the green canopy. You're carrying with you the balanced confidence of the squirrels, the methodical wisdom of the chipmunks, the security of knowing that there are always safe spaces to call home. As we enter the highest reaches of our forest, these lessons will continue to guide you toward the deepest, most restful sleep. Now we ascend into the highest, most magical realm of our forest sanctuary. The leafy crown where sunlight filters through countless green curtains and where the air itself seems to shimmer with life and song. This is the kingdom of birds, where melody and movement create a symphony that has been playing continuously for millions of years. Feel yourself becoming weightless, able to move freely through this upper canopy where gravity feels optional and every surface is a potential perch. As you enter this aerial paradise, the first thing you notice is the music. Not the harsh, aggressive sounds of the modern world, but the gentle, organic melodies that birds have been composing since long before humans existed. Each song has meaning, purpose, beauty. These are not random noises, but sophisticated communications filled with information about territory, relationships, weather, food sources, and pure joy in being alive. The morning chorus is beginning to fade into the more relaxed songs of midday. The urgent territorial declarations of dawn have given way to gentler communications between mates. Soft contact calls that say, "I'm here, all is well." Melodic phrases that seem to exist purely for the pleasure of making beautiful sounds. This is nature's own classical music, performed by artists who sing not for applause, but because singing is their essential nature. Notice how each bird species has its own distinctive voice in this aerial choir. The clear, bell-like notes of the wood thrush, the liquid warbling of the robin, the complex, jazz-like improvisations of the mockingbird. Each song perfectly suited to its singer, each melody filling its own acoustic niche in a forest soundscape. Feel yourself settling onto a comfortable branch, perfectly balanced, surrounded by the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft whispers of feathers brushing against air. From your peaceful perch among the leaves, you begin to identify the individual voices in this natural chorus. Here's a chickadee, tiny but fearless, hanging upside down from a twig as it searches for insects. Its song is simple but cheerful. Chickadee-dee-dee. The number of D notes actually conveys information about the size of nearby predators. More Ds means a smaller, less dangerous threat. It's like a natural early warning system wrapped in melody. A blue jay calls from somewhere deeper in the canopy. Despite their reputation for being loud, jays can actually produce surprisingly soft, musical sounds when they're not trying to alert the forest to danger. Right now, this jay is making gentle, conversational notes to its mate. A private dialogue conducted in whispers among the leaves. Listen for the distinctive spiral song of a wood thrush. This bird is considered one of North America's finest musicians. Its song starts with a simple, pure note, then cascades into complex harmonies that seem almost impossible for a single throat to produce. The wood thrush can actually sing two notes simultaneously, using both sides of its syrinx. It's like having a built-in duet partner. A tiny wren explodes into song from a hidden perch. Despite being one of the smallest birds in the forest, it produces one of the most powerful songs. Volume that seems impossible from such a small body. The wren's song is like concentrated joy, pure enthusiasm compressed into rapid-fire musical phrases. It reminds us that size doesn't determine the magnitude of what we can contribute to the world symphony. Each of these singers has learned its songs through a combination of instinct and practice. Young birds listen to their parents and neighbors, gradually perfecting their own versions of species-specific melodies. As you listen more closely to this avian symphony, you begin to understand that these songs are far more than mere entertainment. They're complex language that conveys detailed information about every aspect of bird life. Territory boundaries are established and maintained through song. Mates are attracted and bonds are strengthened through musical courtship. Danger is announced and safety is confirmed through various calls and melodies. The robin singing from a nearby oak is actually declaring ownership of this particular section of forest. Its territorial song serves as both a no vacancy sign to other male robins and a welcome home greeting to its mate. The song post, the prominent perch from which it sings, is carefully chosen for maximum acoustic coverage. From here, its voice can reach every corner of its claimed territory. Different songs serve different purposes throughout the day. Dawn songs are typically louder and more complex, designed to carry long distances in the still morning air. Midday songs are often softer, more intimate communications between established pairs. Evening songs may include practice sessions where young birds rehearse their developing vocal skills. Some birds, like the mockingbird, are multilingual. They learn and incorporate phrases from other species into their own songs. A single mockingbird might include the calls of 20 or more different bird species in its repertoire, plus mechanical sounds like cell phone rings or car alarms. It's like having a master impressionist living in the treetops. The seasonal timing of songs also carries meaning. Spring brings the most intense singing as birds establish territories and attract mates. Summer songs are more relaxed, focused on maintaining pair bonds and communicating with offspring. Autumn brings different melodies as some species prepare for migration. Winter songs are often softer, more companionable calls that help flocks stay together. Now, as you rest peacefully among the singing birds, you have the privilege of witnessing one of nature's most impressive architectural projects beginning. A pair of American robins has decided that the sturdy fork of branches near your perch would make an ideal foundation for their nursery. Watch as they begin the ancient ritual of nest construction, a process that combines engineering skill with artistic sensibility. The female robin takes the lead in site selection and construction. She flies from branch to branch, testing different locations with her body, sitting in potential spots to ensure they're the right size and shape, checking the stability of supporting branches, evaluating the protection offered by surrounding foliage. This isn't random nest placement, but careful real estate assessment. Once the site is selected, both birds begin gathering materials. But not just any materials. Each component is carefully chosen for specific properties. Long grass stems and thin twigs form the structural framework. These provide flexibility and strength. Softer materials like moss and small roots are woven in to create weather-tight walls. The selection process is remarkably sophisticated. Watch how the robins work together. The male often accompanies the female on material-gathering flights, serving as a lookout for predators while she focuses on collecting. When she finds a perfect twig, he might help carry it back to the nest site. This teamwork ensures both efficiency and safety during the vulnerable construction period. The building process requires incredible patience. Each twig must be positioned exactly right. Adjusted, readjusted, sometimes discarded and replaced with a better piece. The birds don't rush this process. They understand instinctively that their offspring's survival depends on the quality of this construction. If you're finding peace in these gentle observations of forest life, please consider subscribing to our channel. We share these calming nature stories every week to help you drift into the most restful sleep. As the robin nest takes shape over several days, you begin to appreciate the sophisticated engineering principles at work. The foundation must be strong enough to support the weight of adult birds plus growing chicks. The walls must be waterproof yet breathable. The entrance must be accessible to the parents but not too obvious to predators. Every aspect of the design serves multiple functions. The female robin uses her own body as the primary construction tool. She sits in the developing nest cup and pushes against the walls with her breast, shaping the interior to perfectly fit her body. This ensures that the finished nest will provide maximum contact for heat transfer during incubation. It's like creating a custom-fitted incubator using only natural materials and body heat. Different bird species have evolved remarkably different nest-building strategies. The hanging sock-like nest of an oriole requires completely different skills than the platform nest of a hawk. The tiny, camouflaged cup of a hummingbird demands different materials than the massive stick pile of an eagle. Each design is perfectly adapted to the size, behavior, and needs of its builders. The robin pair you're watching has chosen to line their nest with mud. The female makes multiple trips to a nearby puddle, gathering small beakfuls of the perfect clay-rich mud. She applies this mud like mortar between the structural elements, creating a smooth, waterproof bowl. Once the mud dries, she'll add a final layer of soft grass and perhaps a few feathers for comfort. The location of this nest demonstrates remarkable strategic thinking. It's high enough to be safe from ground predators, but not so high that it sways dangerously in wind. It's concealed by surrounding leaves, but still accessible for the parent's frequent feeding flights. It faces away from the prevailing wind direction, but receives some morning sunlight for warmth. Over the course of a week, you watch as the robin nest slowly transforms from a rough collection of twigs into a perfectly crafted nursery. The patience displayed by these birds is remarkable. They never seem frustrated by the slow pace of construction. Never appear anxious about deadlines. They simply work steadily, day after day, following the ancient rhythm of preparation that has served their species for thousands of generations. When wind blows materials out of the nest, the robins don't become agitated. They simply gather more materials and continue building. When rain dampens their construction work, they wait for better conditions and then resume. This acceptance of natural delays and setbacks is deeply calming to observe. It's a lesson in working with nature's timing rather than fighting against it. The attention to detail is extraordinary. Even when the nest appears finished to your eyes, the female continues making small adjustments. Adding another piece of moss here. Repositioning a twig there. Smoothing the mud lining with gentle movements of her breast. This perfectionism isn't driven by anxiety, but by deep instinctual knowledge of what her offspring will need. Other birds in the surrounding trees are engaged in their own construction projects. A pair of chickadees has found a natural cavity and is lining it with soft plant fibers. High overhead, a red-tailed hawk pair is adding fresh sticks to a massive platform nest they've used for several years. Each species following its own blueprint, yet all working toward the same goal: creating safe spaces for new life. The robin's dedication never wavers, even when construction challenges arise. Even when the work seems endless, the birds maintain their calm, focused approach. They trust in the process, trust in their instincts, trust that their patient efforts will result in exactly what their family needs. As the robin nest nears completion, it becomes more than just a functional structure. It transforms into a symbol of hope, dedication, and the eternal cycle of life. This small cup of woven grass and mud represents one of nature's most powerful drives. The instinct to create safe spaces for future generations. To prepare carefully for new life. To invest present effort in future possibilities. The finished nest is remarkably beautiful in its simplicity. Every element serves a purpose, yet the overall effect is one of natural elegance. The smooth mud bowl lined with soft grass creates the perfect cradle for delicate eggs. The camouflaged exterior blends seamlessly with the surrounding branches. The sturdy construction will withstand weeks of constant use during the breeding season. Watch as the female robin settles into her completed nest for the first time. She adjusts her position carefully, making sure every part of her body makes contact with the nest walls. This behavior helps her establish the precise temperature and humidity conditions that will be needed for successful incubation. It's like calibrating a natural incubator using only her own body heat and maternal instincts. The male robin continues to bring small gifts. A particularly choice piece of moss for the lining. A colorful feather for decoration. These aren't necessary additions, but they seem to represent his continued investment in their shared project. His commitment to making their home as perfect as possible. It's deeply touching to witness this expression of partnership and care. Soon, this nest will cradle 3 or 4 beautiful blue eggs. Then it will become a nursery for hungry, growing chicks. Finally, it will serve as a launching pad for young birds taking their first flights. The cycle that began with patient construction will continue through weeks of devoted parenting. All because 2 birds followed their instincts to create a safe place for love to flourish. As our exploration of the avian crown draws to a peaceful close, take a moment to reflect on all the wisdom embodied in this simple nest-building process. These birds possess no blueprints, no instruction manuals, no engineering degrees. Yet they create structures that perfectly serve their intended purpose. They demonstrate that some of the most important knowledge comes not from books or schools, but from deep instinctual wisdom passed down through countless generations. The robin's patient approach to construction offers profound lessons for human life. The value of careful site selection before beginning any important project. The importance of choosing quality materials over quick solutions. The wisdom of working steadily rather than rushing toward deadlines. The peace that comes from trusting in time-tested methods rather than constantly seeking shortcuts. Feel yourself absorbing these lessons of avian wisdom. The patience of the builders. The cooperation between partners. The attention to detail that ensures quality results. The trust in instinctual knowledge. The commitment to creating something beautiful and functional that will serve life itself. These qualities can guide you toward your own forms of creative fulfillment and peaceful accomplishment. Before we begin our gentle descent through the seasonal rhythms that govern all forest life, I'd love to hear from our peaceful community. In the comments below, tell us about something you've built or created with your own hands. Maybe a garden you've tended, a room you've decorated, or a project you've crafted. What gave you the most satisfaction in that creative process? Was it the planning, the building, or the moment when you first enjoyed the finished result? Feel yourself preparing to explore how our forest changes through the seasons, carrying with you the dedication of the nest builders, the harmony of the bird songs, the cooperative spirit of the aerial community. As we journey through spring's awakening and summer's abundance, these lessons will continue to guide you toward the deepest, most restorative sleep, where your own dreams can be built as carefully and lovingly as any bird's nest. Now we venture deeper into the green canopy, where sunlight filters through countless leaves, creating a cathedral of living light. Here, among the tender new shoots and mature foliage, exists an entire civilization of tiny creatures whose lives unfold at a different pace than the rushing world below. This is the realm of insects, where patience is not just a virtue but a way of life, where every movement is deliberate, every action serves a purpose, and time moves like honey through golden light. Feel yourself shrinking down to explore this miniature world. Suddenly a single leaf becomes a vast green meadow. A twig transforms into a highway stretching toward the horizon. Dewdrops become crystal pools reflecting the sky. At this scale, you can truly appreciate the intricate architecture of each leaf, with its delicate veins carrying life-giving nutrients, its waxy surface perfectly designed to capture sunlight and manage moisture. In this scaled-down perspective, the sounds of the insect world become more apparent. The gentle munching of caterpillars slowly working their way through leaves. The soft scratching of beetle feet on bark. The barely audible footsteps of ants walking along branch highways. These sounds aren't harsh or disturbing. Instead, they create a peaceful white noise, like the sound of gentle rain on leaves. The pace of life here is profoundly different from the mammalian and avian worlds we've explored. Everything happens more slowly, more deliberately. A beetle might spend an entire afternoon traversing a single branch. A caterpillar could devote days to consuming one large leaf. This is nature's lesson in unhurried living, in finding satisfaction in simple, repetitive activities performed with complete attention. Breathe deeply and let yourself sink with this slower rhythm of insect time. On a broad oak leaf near your resting place, you discover one of nature's most patient teachers. A woolly bear caterpillar moving with the deliberate slowness that has made caterpillars symbols of unhurried progress. Watch as it approaches the edge of a leaf, carefully testing the surface with its sensitive head before taking another tiny bite. Each bite is precisely sized, perfectly positioned, part of a feeding pattern that will continue for weeks. The caterpillar's eating is like a moving meditation. There's no rushing, no anxiety about finishing the leaf quickly. Just the steady, rhythmic process of nourishment. Bite, chew thoroughly, swallow, move slightly, repeat. This simple cycle continues for hours without variation. It's deeply calming to observe such complete presence in such a basic activity. Notice how the caterpillar never wastes motion. Every step is purposeful, every bite is deliberate. It doesn't randomly wander around the leaf. Instead, it follows efficient patterns that ensure no good feeding area is missed while minimizing unnecessary travel. This is nature's lesson in mindful consumption, taking only what is needed, wasting nothing, appreciating every bite. The caterpillar's relationship with its host plant is beautifully balanced. It eats enough to sustain its growth, but never so much that it kills the branch. Many caterpillars instinctively move to new feeding areas before completely defoliating any single branch. This ensures the tree remains healthy and can continue providing food for future generations. It's a perfect example of sustainable living. As you watch this peaceful creature, you begin to understand that its slow pace isn't laziness or inefficiency. It's wisdom. The caterpillar knows it has all the time it needs to complete its transformation. There's no deadline for becoming a butterfly except the natural timing of its own development. From deeper in the canopy comes a soft scratching sound. A magnificent stag beetle is making its way along a thick branch, its impressive horned head held high. Despite its formidable appearance, this gentle giant moves with surprising care and deliberation. Its 6 legs work in perfect coordination, each step carefully placed to maintain balance on the curved surface of the branch. The stag beetle's strength is legendary. Pound for pound, it's one of the strongest creatures on Earth, capable of lifting objects many times its own weight. Yet it uses this incredible power with remarkable restraint. Watch as it encounters a small twig blocking its path. Rather than bulldozing through, it carefully climbs over the obstacle, its movements gentle and considerate. The beetle's large mandibles, which look so intimidating, are actually used primarily for display and gentle interactions with other beetles. Despite their fearsome appearance, stag beetles are generally peaceful creatures. Males may engage in wrestling matches during mating season, but these contests are more like sumo wrestling than violent combat. They're ritualized displays of strength that rarely result in serious injury. As the beetle continues its journey, you notice how it pauses frequently to clean its antennae. These sensitive organs are crucial for navigation, helping the beetle detect chemical signals from potential mates, food sources, and territorial markers. The careful cleaning ritual ensures these important sensors remain fully functional. It's like watching someone mindfully maintaining their most important tools. The beetle's methodical approach to movement is deeply soothing. No hurried scrambling, no frantic rushing. Just steady, purposeful progress along its chosen route. It seems to understand that the journey itself is as important as the destination. Each step is taken with full attention, each moment lived with complete presence. A flash of red catches your eye. A ladybug has landed on a nearby leaf, its bright colors standing out like a tiny beacon against the green foliage. This cheerful little beetle is one of the garden's most beloved residents, and watching it work reveals why gardeners consider ladybugs such welcome visitors. It's nature's own pest control specialist, but it goes about its work with remarkable gentleness. The ladybug begins systematically searching the leaf surface, its tiny feet making barely audible tapping sounds as it walks. It's hunting for aphids, those tiny green insects that can damage plants by sucking their sap. But the ladybug's hunting style is patient and methodical. There's no frantic chasing, no aggressive pursuit. Just careful, thorough exploration of every promising feeding area. When the ladybug finds an aphid, the interaction is swift but not violent. The prey is consumed quickly and efficiently, then the ladybug continues its peaceful patrol. This natural pest control happens without chemicals, without disruption to the ecosystem. Just one small predator maintaining balance through its daily activities. It's a perfect example of how individual actions can serve the greater good. The ladybug's bright coloration serves as a warning to potential predators. Those vivid red wing covers and black spots advertise that this little beetle tastes terrible and might even be toxic. This honest advertising system allows the ladybug to go about its beneficial work without constantly hiding from danger. It's nature's way of protecting those who serve the ecosystem. Between hunting forays, the ladybug pauses to clean itself meticulously. Using its legs to clean its antennae, its eyes, its wing covers. This careful grooming isn't vanity. It's maintenance of the sensory equipment needed for survival. The peaceful, repetitive motions of this self-care ritual are deeply calming to watch. As you continue observing the insect world around you, you begin to notice something remarkable about how these tiny creatures move. Every gesture is economical. Every step is purposeful. There are no wasted motions, no excessive movements. This efficiency isn't born of urgency but of wisdom. These small beings have learned to accomplish everything they need with minimal energy expenditure. A small green aphid on a nearby stem demonstrates this principle perfectly. It moves its tiny stylet, the needle-like feeding tube, with microscopic precision to find the perfect spot to tap into the plant's nutrient flow. Once positioned, it remains perfectly still, drawing sustenance with no wasted energy. Its feeding is so gentle that the plant barely notices. This is the art of taking only what is needed. Watch a tiny spider making repairs to its web. Each movement is precise, purposeful. The spider doesn't randomly add silk. Instead, it carefully tests each strand, identifying exactly where reinforcement is needed. Then it produces exactly the right amount of silk and places it with surgical precision. No excess, no waste, perfect functionality restored with minimal effort. Even the way insects rest demonstrates this principle of minimal motion. A moth folded against bark becomes virtually invisible through perfect stillness. Its camouflage works not just through coloration but through absolute motionlessness. This isn't nervous freezing but confident patience. The moth knows that stillness is often the most effective action. This economy of movement extends to social insects as well. Watch ants on their trails. No ant makes unnecessary detours. No ant wastes energy on random exploration when following established scent paths. Each worker contributes to the collective efficiency through its own mindful movement. Subscribe to our channel if these peaceful observations are helping you unwind. We create these gentle journeys through nature's wisdom every week to guide you toward the most restful sleep. In the insect world, patience isn't just a virtue. It's a survival strategy that has been perfected over millions of years. Observe the praying mantis motionlessly positioned on a flower, waiting for prey to come within striking distance. It might remain in the exact same position for hours, demonstrating a level of patience that humans can barely comprehend. Yet there's no tension in this waiting, no anxiety about when the next meal will arrive. The mantis's stillness is complete and relaxed. Its triangular head might turn slightly to track movement, but its body remains perfectly positioned. This is active patience. Alert but not anxious. Ready but not tense. The mantis trusts completely in the timing of nature. It knows that if it maintains the right position with the right attitude, opportunity will eventually present itself. A nearby stick insect demonstrates patience of a different kind. Its entire life strategy is based on moving so slowly that predators mistake it for an actual twig. Watch as it takes a single step, then remains motionless for minutes before taking another. This isn't inefficiency. It's perfect adaptation to its ecological niche. The stick insect has learned that sometimes the best way to reach your destination is to pretend you're not moving at all. Caterpillars embody perhaps the ultimate lesson in patience. They spend weeks or months in their larval stage, growing slowly, molting periodically, preparing for a transformation they've never experienced but somehow trust completely. They don't worry about when they'll become butterflies. They simply focus on the present moment's task. Eating, growing, being exactly what they are right now. Even metamorphosis itself is an exercise in patient trust. The caterpillar literally dissolves its body inside the chrysalis, becoming a soup of cells that reorganize into butterfly form. This process can't be rushed, can't be forced, can only be allowed to unfold in its own perfect timing. As afternoon sunlight slants through the leaves, the aerial dance of flying insects begins in earnest. A hoverfly demonstrates the most delicate form of flight, moving forward, backward, sideways, even upside down with equal ease. Its wings beat so rapidly they're invisible, creating the soft humming that gives these flies their name. Yet despite this frantic wing motion, the fly's movement through space appears effortless and serene. Watch how the hoverfly pauses in midair, perfectly stationary despite having no perch. This is one of nature's most impressive flying achievements. Maintaining position against air currents, adjusting constantly for wind variations, yet appearing completely still. It's like watching a meditation master finding perfect balance between effort and relaxation. A cabbage-white butterfly provides a different lesson in aerial grace. Its flight appears random and chaotic at first glance, fluttering up, down, sideways in seemingly purposeless patterns. But this erratic movement is actually sophisticated predator avoidance. The unpredictable flight path makes it nearly impossible for birds to calculate an interception course. What looks like aimless wandering is actually masterful survival strategy. The butterfly's wings move with remarkable efficiency. Large wing surface area provides maximum lift with minimum energy expenditure. The gentle flapping motion is perfectly timed to take advantage of air currents. The butterfly doesn't fight the wind. It dances with it, using natural forces to enhance its own movement. This is the essence of working with nature rather than against it. Between flights, insects demonstrate equally graceful landing techniques. Watch as a bee approaches a flower. It doesn't crash land or struggle to maintain balance. Instead, it adjusts its approach speed perfectly, extends its legs at just the right moment, and settles onto the flower with the gentleness of a falling feather. As our exploration of the insect canopy draws to a peaceful close, take a moment to absorb all the wisdom these tiny teachers have shared. They've shown us that size doesn't determine significance, that patience can be a form of power, that efficiency and grace can coexist beautifully, that working with natural forces is more effective than fighting against them. The insect world operates on principles that could transform human life if we truly understood them. Minimal waste, maximum efficiency, perfect timing, complete presence in each moment, trust in natural processes. These small creatures live these principles effortlessly, demonstrating that wisdom doesn't require complexity. Sometimes the deepest truths are found in the simplest actions. Feel yourself integrating these lessons. The caterpillar's patient focus, the beetle's steady strength, the ladybug's gentle effectiveness, the mantis's alert stillness, the butterfly's graceful adaptability. Each quality available to you whenever you need it. Each lesson applicable to your own journey through life's challenges and opportunities. Before we begin exploring how the forest changes through the seasons, carrying this miniature wisdom with us, share with our peaceful community in the comments below. What small creature have you watched that taught you something about patience or living in the moment? Maybe an ant carrying a crumb much larger than itself, or a spider weaving its web with perfect concentration. Tell us about your moment of connection with the tiny teachers that surround us. Feel yourself preparing to witness the great seasonal rhythms that govern all forest life. You're carrying with you the unhurried wisdom of the insect world, the patience of the caterpillar, The precision of the beetle. The gentle efficiency of the ladybug. As we journey through spring's awakening and summer's abundance, these lessons will continue to guide you toward the deepest, most restorative sleep, where your own transformation can unfold as naturally and perfectly as any butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. As we rest peacefully among the leaves and flowers of our forest canopy, a gentle shift begins to occur in the very air around us. Time itself seems to slow and deepen, allowing us to witness something truly magical. The great seasonal wheel that has been turning for millions of years. The ancient rhythm that governs all life in the forest. Feel yourself becoming not just an observer, but a participant in this eternal dance of renewal, growth, rest, and rebirth. The forest you've been exploring exists in a constant state of gentle transformation. Never rushed, never forced, but always moving through the natural cycles that ensure life continues in perfect balance. These seasonal changes happen so gradually that they're barely perceptible from day to day. Yet they represent some of the most profound transformations in all of nature. Entire ecosystems shifting their energy, their focus, their very essence as the year progresses. Close your eyes and let yourself drift backward through time. Not anxiously, but peacefully. Like floating gently upstream in a warm, comfortable river. You're about to witness the forest awakening from its winter sleep. The slow, magical process by which life returns to branches that seemed lifeless just weeks before. This is one of nature's most hopeful stories. The promise that after every period of rest comes a time of renewal. Feel the subtle change in temperature around you. The air becoming softer, warmer, filled with new possibilities. The quality of light shifting from the harsh clarity of winter to the gentle, nurturing glow of early spring. Even the wind feels different. Less sharp, more caressing. Carrying with it the promise of new growth, new life, new beginnings. Your breathing naturally slows to match the seasonal rhythm. Deep, peaceful breaths that seem to draw in not just air, but hope itself. The first signs of spring's arrival are so subtle they might be missed by anyone moving too quickly through life. But here in your peaceful state, resting among the forest branches, you have the gift of witnessing these miraculous first moments of awakening. Look closely at the tips of the maple branch beside you. Do you see those tiny green bumps that weren't there just days ago? Those are buds swelling with new life, preparing to burst forth with fresh leaves. Inside each bud, an entire leaf lies folded and waiting. Perfectly formed but impossibly small. Like a detailed origami sculpture created by nature's most skilled artist. These leaves have been waiting all winter for this moment. Not impatiently, but with the perfect trust that their time would come. Now, as temperatures warm and daylight lengthens, they're receiving the signals they've been waiting for. Watch as the bud scales that have protected the developing leaves all winter begin to loosen and separate. This process happens so slowly you can barely perceive it. Like watching a flower bloom in extreme slow motion. But if you rest here long enough, observing with the patience of the trees themselves, you might actually see the moment when the first green tip emerges into the world. Beneath the forest floor, even more dramatic changes are occurring. Root systems that have been dormant through winter are beginning to stir, absorbing the nutrients released by countless decomposing leaves. Drawing up groundwater enriched by spring rains, preparing to support the enormous energy demands of new growth. This underground awakening happens in complete darkness, yet it's essential for everything that will flourish in the light above. The very sap in the trees around you is beginning to flow more freely, rising from roots to branches in response to warming temperatures. This is the lifeblood of the forest beginning to circulate again after winter's dormancy. As you rest peacefully in this awakening forest, begin to notice what's happening far below on the forest floor. Before the leaves fully emerge to create their summer canopy, the ground is blessed with one of nature's most delicate spectacles. Spring wildflowers are beginning to bloom, taking advantage of the bright sunlight that can still reach the forest floor before the trees leaf out completely. Patches of pale blue hepatica flowers emerge like scattered stars against the brown earth. These courageous little blossoms are among the first to brave the cool spring air. Their petals seem almost translucent in the gentle light, so delicate they might dissolve at a touch. Yet they're surprisingly hardy, capable of surviving late snowfalls and unexpected cold snaps that would defeat less resilient flowers. Nearby, bloodroot flowers push up through the soil, each pristine white bloom accompanied by a single, perfectly shaped leaf that unfurls like a protective hand. These flowers last only a few days once they open, a brief but intense celebration of life returning to the forest. Their ephemeral nature makes them even more precious, reminding us that some of life's most beautiful moments are also its most fleeting. The emergence of these spring wildflowers follows a carefully choreographed sequence that has been perfected over thousands of years. Each species has found its perfect timing, its ideal window of opportunity when conditions are just right for pollination and seed production. This natural scheduling ensures that different flowers don't compete for the same pollinators. Instead, they create a succession of blooming that provides nectar sources throughout the growing season. Wild ginger leaves are unfurling like small green umbrellas. Trout lilies push their mottled leaves through the leaf litter. Mayapples create their own miniature forests of umbrella-like leaves, each plant following its own internal calendar, responding to subtle environmental cues that trigger growth and flowering. From somewhere high above the canopy comes a sound that fills the entire forest with hope. The clear, liquid song of a wood thrush that has just returned from its winter home thousands of miles to the south. This is one of the forest's most anticipated homecomings. The return of the migrants who left months ago when food became scarce and temperatures dropped below survival levels. Listen as more familiar voices join the wood thrush's welcome song. The cheerful tee-share, tee-share, tee-share call of an ovenbird. The flute-like melody of a hermit thrush. The complex, jazzy improvisations of a gray catbird. Each returning species adds its voice to the growing chorus of spring, creating a symphony of reunion and renewal that seems to make the very air vibrate with joy. These traveling birds have accomplished one of nature's most remarkable feats, navigating thousands of miles using only instinct, celestial cues, and magnetic fields, crossing oceans, mountains, and deserts to return to the exact same forest where they were born or successfully bred in previous years. Their arrival is perfectly timed to coincide with the emergence of the insects they depend on for food. The migrants don't return all at once. Instead, they arrive in waves over several weeks, each species following its own migration schedule. Early arrivals like robins and red-winged blackbirds are followed by waves of warblers, thrushes, and flycatchers. This staggered arrival helps prevent overwhelming competition for territories and food sources. It's nature's way of managing the reunion process. Watch as a male red-winged blackbird claims his territory in a wetland area near our forest. His bright red shoulder patches flash like semaphores as he establishes the boundaries of his breeding ground. Soon he'll be joined by females who will choose their mates based partly on the quality of territory the males can provide. As spring progresses into its full glory, the forest becomes a vast nursery. Everywhere you look, new life is beginning. The robin nest you watched being built is now cradling 4 beautiful blue eggs. The female sits patiently on her clutch, maintaining the perfect temperature and humidity levels needed for the developing chicks inside. Her dedication is absolute. She rarely leaves the nest except for brief feeding breaks. In tree cavities throughout the forest, other bird families are beginning their own nesting cycles. Chickadees have lined their chosen hole with soft moss and feathers. The female will soon lay her tiny white eggs, each one no bigger than a marble but containing all the genetic information needed to create another perfectly adapted forest resident. The miracle of new life condensed into these fragile, perfect packages. Even the mammals are preparing for parenthood. Deep in her underground burrow, a female chipmunk is creating a special nursery chamber lined with the softest materials she can find. Soon she'll give birth to 4 or 5 tiny, blind, helpless babies who will depend entirely on her care for their first weeks of life. The maternal instinct that drives her preparation is both powerful and gentle. White-tailed deer in the deeper forest are experiencing their own reproductive cycle. Those heavy with fawn will soon seek out secluded spots where they can give birth in safety. The spotted fawns that result from these pregnancies will remain hidden in tall grass or thickets for their first weeks. Camouflaged by their spotted coats and protected by their instinct to remain perfectly still when danger threatens. If you're finding comfort in these gentle stories of new life beginning, please subscribe to our channel. We share these peaceful nature journeys every week to help you connect with the calming rhythms of the natural world. Now time flows forward like a gentle stream. Spring's urgent energy softens into summer's abundant ease. The forest has reached full leafiness. Every branch clothed in green. Every space filled with growing, thriving life. This is the season of plenty. When the forest's productivity reaches its peak and all creatures can focus less on survival and more on simply enjoying the abundance around them. The leaf canopy is now so dense that it creates its own weather system, cooling the air beneath, filtering the sunlight into gentle, green-tinted illumination, creating countless microclimates where different plants and animals can thrive. Walk through the summer forest and you'll find spots that are cool and moist, others that are warm and dry, each supporting its own unique community of life. Food is everywhere. Berries ripen on bushes throughout the understory. Nuts develop in the crowns of oaks and hickories. Insects reach their peak abundance, providing ample hunting for all the insectivorous birds and mammals. This is the time when parent animals can most easily feed their growing young, when energy can be devoted to growth and learning rather than mere survival. The pace of life in the summer forest is notably more relaxed than spring's urgent growing season. Birds sing less frantically. Their territorial boundaries established, their mates chosen, their nests built. Now their songs are more conversational. more playful. You can hear the difference in their voices. Less anxiety, more contentment. Even the trees seem to exhale with satisfaction. Their leaves fully deployed to capture maximum sunlight. Their root systems drawing easily on abundant soil moisture. This is their time of greatest productivity, when they're manufacturing not just enough food for their own needs, but surplus that will sustain them through the leaner seasons ahead. Summer's abundance creates the perfect conditions for one of nature's most delightful spectacles. Young animals at play. With food plentiful and weather mild, parents can allow their offspring the luxury of exploration and games. These playful activities aren't just entertainment. They're essential education, teaching skills that will be crucial for survival once the young animals become independent. Watch as a family of gray squirrels engages in an elaborate game of chase through the canopy. The young squirrels practice their jumping and balancing skills while their parents watch protectively from nearby branches. Each leap from tree to tree builds confidence and muscle memory. Each successful landing reinforces the spatial awareness that will serve them throughout their lives. In a clearing below, white-tailed deer fawns engage in their own form of play, running in circles around their patient mothers, practicing the sudden directional changes and explosive bursts of speed that might someday save their lives. Their play looks purely joyful, and it is. But it's also unconscious preparation for adult responsibilities. Young raccoons tumble and wrestle with their siblings while their mother forages nearby. Their games teach them about social hierarchies, about reading body language, about the difference between playful aggression and real threat. These lessons will be essential when they eventually establish their own territories and relationships. Bird families demonstrate different forms of education. Young robins follow their parents on foraging expeditions, learning to recognize good hunting areas, to identify edible insects and worms, to distinguish between safe foods and potentially dangerous ones. The parents are patient teachers, demonstrating techniques repeatedly until their offspring master them. This summer education happens gradually, without pressure or deadlines. Young animals learn at their own pace, supported by parents who understand that development can't be rushed, only encouraged and guided. As summer reaches its peak, the forest settles into its most peaceful rhythm. The long days stretch lazily from early dawn to late twilight, providing ample time for all of life's essential activities. Feeding, resting, socializing, exploring. There's no rush, no urgency. Just the steady, satisfying pulse of life at its most abundant. The extended daylight hours mean that even the most active creatures have plenty of time for rest. Birds begin their day with dawn chorus but settle into relaxed afternoon siestas during the heat of midday. Mammals alter their activity patterns to avoid the warmest hours, emerging to feed during the cool morning and evening periods. This adaptation to seasonal rhythms shows nature's wisdom in working with conditions rather than fighting against them. In the understory, shade-loving plants flourish in the gentle, filtered light. Ferns unfurl their fronds in perfect spirals. Wild ginger spreads its heart-shaped leaves. Solomon's seal dangles its delicate white flowers beneath arching stems. These plants have found their perfect niche in the summer forest, neither competing for full sunlight nor struggling in deep darkness. The forest floor remains cool and moist even during the hottest days, protected by the dense canopy above. This creates perfect conditions for the decomposer community that works tirelessly to recycle nutrients. Mushrooms, fruit, and hidden spots. Bacteria and fungi break down fallen logs and leaf litter. The underground economy continues its essential work while the visible world basks in summer's glory. Before we transition into autumn's preparations and winter's rest, share with our peaceful community in the comments. What's your favorite season in nature and why? Is it spring's hopeful awakening, summer's abundant ease, autumn's colorful transformation, or winter's quiet rest? Tell us what draws you to that particular season's energy. Feel yourself preparing to witness how this abundant summer gradually transforms into autumn's preparations. You're carrying with you the patient hope of spring's awakening, the relaxed abundance of summer's peak. As we explore autumn's wisdom and winter's peace, these seasonal lessons will continue to guide you toward the deepest, most restorative sleep. Feel time flowing gently forward once again, like a slow, peaceful river carrying you deeper into the year's wisdom. Summer's abundance is beginning to shift into something equally beautiful but profoundly different. The forest is preparing for its annual transformation, not with anxiety or resistance, but with the deep knowing that comes from millions of years of perfect timing. This is autumn's approach, nature's most colorful meditation on the beauty of letting go. The first signs are subtle. A slight shift in the quality of light. The sun hanging a little lower in the sky each day. The air carrying just a hint of crispness that wasn't there a week ago. These changes happen so gradually that only those who are truly present, truly listening to nature's whispers, can detect them. But the forest knows. Every tree, every plant, every creature is receiving these gentle signals and beginning to prepare. Your breathing naturally deepens as you sense this seasonal transition. Each exhale releasing any tension about change. Each inhale drawing in the peaceful wisdom of cycles. Of endings that are also beginnings. Of transformations that happen not through force but through trust and natural timing. Feel yourself becoming part of this ancient rhythm. This dance between holding on and letting go that governs all life. The leaves around you are still green, still photosynthesizing, still doing their summer work of feeding the trees. But deep within their cells, changes are already beginning. Chlorophyll production slowing. Other pigments preparing to emerge. The spectacular show of autumn colors exists within these leaves right now, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to reveal itself. Listen to the subtle changes in the forest's voice. Bird songs becoming less territorial, more conversational. Insect sounds shifting to different frequencies. Even the wind moving through the leaves carries a different note. More musical, more nostalgic. As if the forest itself is beginning to hum autumn's gentle lullaby. Now you witness one of nature's most important preparations. The great gathering season when creatures throughout the forest begin collecting resources for the challenging months ahead. But this isn't frantic hoarding driven by fear. It's methodical, instinctual preparation guided by ancient wisdom. Watch as the forest's residents demonstrate the art of mindful provisioning. A gray squirrel works diligently in the oak tree above you. But its movements are different from summer's playful energy. More focused, more purposeful. Each acorn is carefully inspected before being buried. The squirrel seems to understand that winter survival depends on the quality of these decisions. Yet there's no anxiety in its work. Just steady, patient preparation. Red squirrels are gathering pine cones from the conifer trees, creating impressive caches that will sustain them through the snow-covered months. Their technique is remarkably organized. Different types of cones stored in different locations. Some in tree cavities, others buried underground. This diversification ensures that even if some stores are discovered or destroyed, adequate backup supplies remain. Chipmunks scurry along their established pathways, their cheek pouches bulging with seeds and nuts. They've been preparing underground storage chambers all summer. Now they're filling these pantries with carefully selected provisions. Each chipmunk knows exactly how much food it needs to survive winter dormancy. This innate knowledge guides their gathering efforts. Even the trees themselves are engaged in this preparation. Nuts and seeds ripening to perfection, packed with oils and proteins that will sustain both the tree's future offspring and the animals that depend on them. This mutual interdependence creates a system where every act of preparation serves multiple species. The forest's generosity ensures its own continuity. The pace of this gathering is beautifully unhurried. No creature appears stressed or overwhelmed by the magnitude of winter preparation. They simply follow their instincts, work steadily, trust in their ability to prepare adequately. This is nature's lesson in calm productivity. High above the canopy, flocks of birds are beginning to gather. Their behavior subtly different from summer's relaxed territorial singing. There's an anticipatory energy in the air. Not anxious, but purposeful. These birds are responding to signals you can barely perceive. Changes in day length, shifting magnetic fields, internal biological clocks that have been counting down to this moment for months. A flock of warblers moves through the upper branches, their usual individual territories forgotten as they join others of their kind. This social gathering is part of their migration preparation. Safety in numbers for the incredible journey ahead. Watch how they move together. No single bird leading. No obvious hierarchy. Just collective wisdom guiding their gradual movement southward. The migration won't happen all at once. Instead, it will unfold over weeks in carefully timed waves. Different species following their own ancient schedules. Some birds have already begun their journey. Others will linger for weeks more. Each following internal programming refined over countless generations. This staggered departure ensures that food resources aren't overwhelmed, that each species can travel under optimal conditions. Geese call from somewhere high overhead, their voices already carrying the melancholy of departure. But it's not a sad sound. It's the call of adventure, of trust in ancient pathways, of confidence in the ability to navigate thousands of miles using only instinct and celestial guidance. Their voices fade as they continue their practice flights, preparing muscles and navigation systems for the journey ahead. Not all birds will leave. Some residents like chickadees and woodpeckers will remain through winter. But even they're preparing, growing denser feather coats, establishing winter feeding territories, caching food in tree bark crevices. Their preparation is different but equally thorough. each species following its own perfect adaptation strategy. Now comes one of nature's most spectacular transformations: the gradual revelation of autumn's hidden palette. Feel yourself witnessing this change as if in slow motion, each day bringing subtle shifts in the canopy above. Greens slowly giving way to yellows, oranges, reds, purples. This isn't random coloration but precise chemistry. Each tree species following its own genetic program for autumn display. The maple tree nearest you is beginning its transformation. Individual leaves showing the first hints of yellow and red. As chlorophyll production slows and breaks down, other pigments that were always present begin to shine through. Carotenoids creating brilliant yellows and oranges. Anthocyanins producing vibrant reds and purples. It's as if each leaf is slowly removing a green mask to reveal its true colors underneath. This color change happens so gradually that you might miss it if you're not paying attention. But resting here peacefully, breathing slowly, watching with patient eyes, you can almost see the transformation occurring. Like watching paint slowly dry in reverse. Complexity emerging from simplicity. Beauty revealing itself one molecule at a time. Different trees paint the forest with their own signature colors. Hickories turning golden yellow. Oaks shifting to russet browns. Maples blazing in brilliant reds. Sweet gums displaying multiple colors on the same tree. Sometimes even on the same branch. This diversity creates a living tapestry that changes daily. Each morning revealing new combinations, new harmonies of color. The process isn't uniform across the forest. Trees on hillsides change before those in valleys. Trees stressed by drought transform earlier than well-watered specimens. Those facing south shift colors before their north-facing neighbors. This creates a gradual wave of color that moves through the landscape like a slow-motion firework display, timed perfectly with the forest's own internal rhythm. Subscribe to our channel if these peaceful seasonal observations are helping you relax. We create these gentle journeys through nature's cycles every week to help you find deeper connection with the natural world's calming wisdom. As autumn progresses, one of nature's most profound lessons begins to unfold before your eyes. The art of letting go. Each tree in the forest is preparing to release its leaves. Not reluctantly or sadly, but with the deep wisdom that knows when holding on becomes counterproductive. Watch as the first leaves begin their gentle descent. Each one a small meditation on the beauty of release. A single yellow birch leaf detaches from its branch high above, floating down through the still air with remarkable grace. Spinning slowly, catching brief glimpses of sunlight. Taking its time on this final journey. There's no hurry, no struggle. Just peaceful acceptance of gravity's gentle pull. The leaf doesn't resist its fall. Instead, it dances with the air currents, making its descent a celebration rather than a surrender. As more leaves join this gentle rainfall, the forest floor begins to acquire a new carpet. Each leaf landing softly, adding its unique color and texture to the growing tapestry below. This leaf litter isn't waste or debris. It's the forest's gift to itself. Nutrients being returned to the soil. Insulation being provided for overwintering creatures. protection being offered to next spring's emerging wildflowers. The sound of falling leaves is barely audible, just the softest whisper as they brush against branches on their way down. The gentlest rustle as they settle onto the ground. This is nature's most quiet music. A symphony of release played in pianissimo. So soft you must be completely still to hear it. So peaceful it seems to slow your heartbeat just by listening. Trees don't shed all their leaves at once. Instead, the process unfolds gradually over weeks. Each leaf released when its connection naturally weakens, when its work for that season is complete. This teaches us that letting go doesn't have to be dramatic or painful. Sometimes the most profound releases happen so gently we barely notice them occurring. As autumn deepens and the leaf fall continues, the forest is settling into an increasingly peaceful rhythm. Preparations for winter are nearly complete. Food has been gathered. Migration routes have been followed. Protective shelters have been prepared. Now comes the gradual slowing that leads to winter's deep rest. This transition happens naturally, without force or resistance, like a gentle settling into sleep. Many of the forest's smaller mammals are already entering periods of reduced activity. Groundhogs retreat to their burrows for increasingly long periods, their body temperatures beginning to drop, heart rates slowing, breathing becoming deeper and less frequent. This isn't just sleep. It's a profound metabolic slowdown that will allow them to survive months without food. Nature's own meditation practice. Trees are withdrawing their life force from branches and leaves, concentrating their energy in roots and core trunk, where it will wait safely through winter's challenges. This internal gathering isn't visible from the outside, but you can sense it if you rest quietly beside a tree. A subtle shift in its energy, a deeper stillness, as if the tree is turning its attention inward, preparing for the long, peaceful contemplation of winter. Even the insects are slowing down. Many have completed their life cycles, leaving eggs or pupae to carry their species through winter. Others are finding protected spots where they can enter dormancy, under bark, in leaf litter, in hollow stems, their activity decreasing as temperatures drop, movements becoming more deliberate, more economical, energy being conserved for survival rather than spent on activity. The remaining birds adjust their daily routines to shorter daylight hours, feeding more intensively during the brief warm periods, roosting in communal groups for warmth, their songs becoming softer, less frequent, more companionable than territorial. The whole forest is learning winter's first lesson, the wisdom of slowing down. Feel the air growing crisper around you. Notice how your breath is beginning to mist slightly. The forest is receiving its first gentle warning of winter's approach. And then, like a whispered promise, the first snowflakes begin to fall. Not the heavy, urgent snow of deep winter, but gentle, tentative flakes that seem to float rather than fall. Each one unique, perfect, temporary. These early snowflakes land softly on the remaining leaves, outlining each edge in delicate white, creating natural artwork that changes by the moment. Some flakes melt immediately upon contact, Others linger for minutes before disappearing. This isn't yet winter's permanent covering, just nature's gentle announcement that the season of rest is approaching. As the snow continues to fall, the forest begins to receive one of nature's most perfect gifts: insulation. The accumulating snow creates a protective blanket over the leaf litter, where countless small creatures are preparing to spend winter. Under this snowy covering, temperatures remain remarkably stable. Even when air temperatures plunge far below freezing, the space beneath the snow stays close to the freezing point. Watch how the snow gathers differently on various surfaces, accumulating thickly on horizontal branches, sliding off steep bark surfaces, collecting in the cups of remaining leaves. Each tree and shrub receives its snow covering in its own unique pattern, creating individual sculptures that will change with every wind, every temperature shift, every additional snowfall. The falling snow brings a special quality of silence to the forest. Sound becomes muffled, softened. The outside world seems to disappear, leaving only the immediate, the present moment, the gentle whisper of snowflakes landing on leaves. This is winter's first gift, the deep peace that comes when the world slows down enough for you to hear your own heartbeat, your own breathing, your own inner stillness. Now the forest settles into winter's deepest peace. Snow covers the ground in an unbroken white blanket, muffling all sounds, simplifying all colors to variations of white and gray in the dark verticals of tree trunks. This is nature's monastery, a place of profound quiet where life continues but at the slowest, most contemplative pace possible. Under the snow, the forest floor becomes a hidden world, protected and insulated, where earthworms continue their slow movement through soil, where roots maintain their patient growth, where the decomposer community works steadily, quietly, converting last autumn's leaves into next spring's fertility. This underground activity is invisible, inaudible, yet absolutely essential. It's winter's reminder that important work often happens in silence. The few remaining active animals leave stories in the snow. Rabbit tracks hopping from shelter to shelter. Fox prints following hunting patterns. Bird footprints converging around seed-rich areas. These tracks become winter's own language, a script written daily and erased by each new snowfall. Reading these signs requires patience, attention, the willingness to move slowly enough to notice details. Those animals that remain active have adapted their behavior to winter's rhythm, sleeping longer, moving less, conserving energy for only the most essential activities. Their movements become deliberate, purposeful, every action carefully considered for its energy cost. This isn't restriction, it's wisdom. The understanding that sometimes less activity leads to greater survival. Before we descend into the deepest part of our forest night, where owls call and mysteries unfold in moonlight, share with our peaceful community in the comments below. How do you prepare for your own seasons of rest? What helps you slow down when life becomes too rushed? What brings you the peace that comes from moving at nature's pace rather than the world's pace? Feel yourself preparing to enter the most mystical part of our forest journey. The night realm where different rules apply. Where wisdom speaks in whispers. You're carrying with you the patient preparation of autumn. The deep rest of winter. The understanding that every season has its perfect pace. As we explore the nocturnal forest, these lessons will guide you toward the most profound sleep, where your own cycles of rest and renewal can unfold as naturally as any forest season. Feel yourself being gently embraced by the most magical time in the forest's daily cycle. That precious hour when day slowly surrenders to night. When the ordinary world transforms into something mysterious and deeply peaceful. The golden light of late afternoon is beginning to soften, becoming amber, then deep orange, then the softest purple as shadows stretch longer and longer between the trees. This is twilight, nature's own meditation on the beauty of transitions. Your breathing naturally deepens as darkness approaches. Each exhale releasing the last remnants of daytime energy. Each inhale drawing in the profound calm that comes with evening's arrival. The forest around you is shifting into its nocturnal rhythm. Not abruptly, but with the gentle inevitability of tides, of seasons, of all natural cycles that know exactly when transformation should occur. Listen as the daytime chorus of bird songs gradually fades into silence. Not ending, just pausing. Like musicians setting down their instruments after a long, beautiful performance. In the growing quiet, new sounds begin to emerge. Softer sounds. More mysterious sounds. The gentle hooting of an owl somewhere deep in the woods. The rustle of nocturnal creatures beginning to stir. The whisper of wind through leaves that sounds different in darkness. More intimate. More secretive. The very air feels different as night approaches. Cooler. More humid. Carrying scents that were hidden during the heat of day. The sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers. The earthy smell of dew beginning to form on grass and leaves. The clean scent of darkness itself. These fragrances seem designed to slow your heartbeat, to quiet your mind, to prepare your body for the deep rest that night promises. Feel yourself becoming part of this transition. Your own energy shifting from day's activity to night's rest. Your thoughts becoming slower, softer, more dreamlike. As twilight deepens into true darkness, the first stars begin to appear through the canopy above. Tiny points of light filtering through the leaves like scattered diamonds. Each star seeming to pulse gently, breathing with the same slow rhythm that's now governing your own breath. These ancient lights have been watching over forests like this one for millions of years. Silent witnesses to countless nights of peace and rest. The spaces between the trees become filled with soft shadow. Not harsh or frightening darkness, but gentle, welcoming shadow that seems to invite rest, to promise safety, to whisper that this is a place where you can truly let go of vigilance, let go of the day's concerns, let your guard down completely and simply be present in this moment of perfect peace. Through the growing darkness, you begin to notice that the forest is not becoming silent. Instead, it's revealing an entirely different soundscape. The secret music of night. Crickets begin their rhythmic chirping. creating a natural white noise that seems designed to lull the mind into deeper and deeper relaxation. Their songs rise and fall in gentle waves, sometimes growing louder, sometimes fading to barely audible whispers. From a nearby pond comes the deep, resonant call of a bullfrog, its voice carrying across the water like a meditation bell, calling you deeper into the present moment, deeper into the peace of this darkening forest. Other frogs join in, creating a chorus that seems to emerge from the earth itself. Ancient voices singing the same songs they've sung for countless thousands of nights. High above, you catch glimpses of bats beginning their nightly hunt. Their silent flight so different from the daylight activities of birds. These night flyers move with mysterious grace, appearing and disappearing in the darkness like living shadows. Their presence adding to the sense that you've entered a world governed by different, gentler rules. The transition from day to night brings with it one of nature's most soothing concerts. The evening chorus that announces the changing of the guard from diurnal to nocturnal creatures. This isn't the energetic, territorial singing of dawn, but something far more peaceful, more conversational, like old friends gathering to share the events of the day before settling into comfortable silence. A whippoorwill calls from somewhere in the middle distance, its voice clear and melodic, repeating its name over and over in a rhythm that seems perfectly synchronized with your heartbeat. This bird is like nature's metronome, keeping time for all the other night sounds, providing a steady, comforting beat that helps your body settle into night's slower pace. Tree frogs add their voices to the growing symphony, their calls higher and sweeter than their pond-dwelling cousins, like tiny bells scattered throughout the forest, each species contributing its own unique note to the evening's music. Green tree frogs with their nasal honking, spring peepers with their clear whistles, gray tree frogs with their trill-like calls. Together they create a harmony that seems designed by nature specifically for inducing peaceful sleep. The night air carries these sounds differently than daytime air carries bird songs. Cooler, denser air seems to embrace each call, to soften its edges, to blend individual voices into one unified lullaby. Distance becomes harder to judge in this acoustic environment. Sounds seem to float, to hover, to wrap around you like a gentle blanket of music. Between the more obvious calls, if you listen very carefully, you can hear smaller sounds. The soft scratching of nocturnal insects moving through the leaf litter, the gentle splash of a beaver somewhere upstream, the almost inaudible footsteps of deer walking carefully through the darkness. These subtle sounds add texture to the night, layers of peaceful activity that remind you that rest doesn't mean the absence of life, just life at its most gentle pace. Through the canopy above, pale silver light begins to filter down. The moon has risen, though you can't see it directly through the dense leaves. Its presence is unmistakable. Moonlight has a quality unlike any other illumination. Soft, cool, almost liquid as it flows between branches and pools and small clearings. This gentle light doesn't illuminate so much as it caresses, touching surfaces with the lightest possible touch. In a small clearing ahead, moonbeams create a natural spotlight, illuminating a patch of moss-covered ground that looks incredibly inviting. Like nature's own sleeping chamber prepared specifically for peaceful rest. The moss appears to glow faintly in the lunar light, soft and thick as the most luxurious mattress, surrounded by protective trees that stand like gentle guardians ensuring your safety throughout the night. The play of moonlight and shadow creates an ever-shifting pattern on the forest floor. As clouds drift across the moon's face, the light dims and brightens in slow, hypnotic rhythms. Sometimes the forest is bathed in clear silver illumination. Other moments it settles into deeper shadow. This natural light show has a profoundly calming effect, like watching clouds from a comfortable bed, or flames flickering in a fireplace. Dewdrops are beginning to form on spider webs stretched between branches, each tiny web becoming a work of art when touched by moonlight. Thousands of tiny diamonds strung on invisible thread. These webs seem to capture and concentrate the moon's light, creating points of gentle brilliance scattered throughout the forest. Like fairy lights designed by nature to guide peaceful dreamers safely through the night. If you're finding deep relaxation in this nocturnal forest journey, please subscribe to our channel. We create these peaceful bedtime stories every week to help you connect with nature's most calming energies and drift into the most restorative sleep. As true darkness settles over the forest, a different community of creatures begins to stir. The night shift of forest residents emerging from their daytime hiding places. But even these predators move with a grace and quietness that adds to the night's peaceful atmosphere rather than disturbing it. Their hunting is not violent or chaotic, but methodical, patient, almost ritualistic in its precision. An owl calls from somewhere high in the canopy, its voice so soft and melodious that it sounds more like a lullaby than a hunting cry. This is nature's perfect night hunter, moving with absolute silence through the darkness. Its specially designed feathers allowing it to fly without making even a whisper of sound. Its presence in the forest is like a gentle guardian, watching over the night, maintaining the balance that allows all creatures to rest safely. Watch as a fox emerges from the undergrowth, moving with the fluid grace that makes foxes seem almost like flowing water. Its steps are so careful, so deliberate, that it barely disturbs the fallen leaves beneath its feet. The fox pauses frequently, not from nervousness, but from the patience that comes with knowing that the best hunting happens when you move slowly enough to notice everything, to miss nothing, to become one with the rhythm of the night. A raccoon family begins its nightly foraging expedition, the mother leading her young along well-established pathways, teaching them through example how to move quietly, how to search thoroughly but gently, how to take only what is needed without disturbing the greater harmony of the forest. Their washing ritual at a nearby stream is almost ceremonial, a moment of mindfulness before and after feeding. These nocturnal hunters don't bring tension or danger to the night. Instead, they're part of its perfect balance, each playing their role in the forest's nighttime ecosystem with the same peaceful efficiency that characterizes all of nature's properly functioning systems. Their presence adds to the sense of completeness, of rightness, that makes the night forest such a perfect place for deep rest. High in the trees above, A pine marten moves through the canopy with the same fluid grace you witnessed in the daytime squirrels, but with an added element of mystery that comes with darkness. This sleek predator flows from branch to branch like liquid shadow. Its movements so smooth they seem almost supernatural. Designed by evolution for silent travel through the three-dimensional world of the forest canopy. The marten's hunting style is remarkably patient. It might spend an hour slowly stalking a single squirrel nest, moving just inches at a time, pausing for long minutes to ensure its approach remains undetected. This isn't anxious stalking, but meditative movement. Each step taken with complete awareness. Each pause filled with total presence. The marten demonstrates that even predation can be a form of moving meditation when performed with this level of mindfulness. Watch as the marten encounters a challenging gap between trees. Rather than rushing the jump, it carefully calculates the distance, tests the flexibility of the branch it's on, waits for the wind to still, then makes its leap with perfect timing and precision. This kind of patience in action is deeply calming to observe. It reminds us that the best outcomes often come when we resist the urge to rush, when we take time to prepare properly, when we trust in our ability to succeed if we just wait for the right moment. The marten's thick fur coat allows it to remain comfortable even in cool night air. Its bushy tail serves as both balancing tool and warm blanket when curled around its body during rest. Everything about this creature is perfectly adapted not just for survival, but for comfortable, even luxurious living in the forest environment. It represents nature's principle that adaptation should lead not just to survival, but to thriving, to finding ease and comfort even in challenging circumstances. Between hunting forays, the marten pauses to groom itself with the same methodical care you observed in the daytime creatures. This self-care isn't vanity, but maintenance of the physical condition that makes its graceful lifestyle possible. The repetitive, rhythmic motions of grooming become another form of meditation, another way of staying present and calm even while engaged in the serious business of nocturnal survival. As you rest peacefully in the moonlit forest, becoming aware of movement in the air above, but movement unlike anything you've witnessed during daylight hours. Bats are emerging for their nightly hunt, and their flight patterns seem to defy every rule of physics. Sudden turns, dramatic dives, impossible loops, all performed with a precision that suggests they're seeing things invisible to your eyes. Which, in a way, they are. These remarkable creatures navigate using echolocation, sending out ultrasonic calls and interpreting the echoes that bounce back, creating detailed three-dimensional maps of their environment updated dozens of times per second. To watch a bat hunt is to witness one of nature's most sophisticated technological achievements. A biological sonar system that puts human engineering to shame. Yet it operates so quietly that you hear only the softest whisper of wings. The bat's flight appears chaotic, but it's actually highly organized. Each individual following precise flight paths that avoid collisions with other bats, with trees, with any obstacles. Their apparent randomness is really a complex dance choreographed by sound waves, by instinct, by millions of years of evolutionary refinement. This is chaos that's actually perfect order. Complexity that creates simplicity. Apparent confusion that's really supreme organization. Watch as a bat detects a tiny insect and adjusts its flight path in milliseconds. The pursuit looks like an aerial ballet. Predator and prey spiraling through the air in patterns too fast and intricate for your eyes to follow. Yet the outcome seems inevitable. Not because of violent aggression, but because of superior information processing. Better technology. More precise navigation. The bat succeeds through knowledge and skill rather than force. Between hunting passes, bats return to their roosts to rest. Hanging upside down in postures that look uncomfortable but are actually perfectly designed for their physiology. Their ability to literally hang out and relax. To rest completely while maintaining alertness. Offers another lesson in finding comfort in positions that might seem awkward to others, but are perfectly right for your own unique nature. As your exploration of the nocturnal forest reaches its most peaceful phase, take a moment to simply listen, to let the night sounds wash over you like gentle waves. Each sound contributing to an overall symphony that seems specifically composed to induce the deepest, most restorative sleep possible. This is nature's own sleep music, played on instruments of wind and water, of rustling leaves and calling creatures. The cricket chorus has reached its full volume now, creating a blanket of white noise that masks any jarring sounds from the distant world. Their rhythmic chirping rises and falls like breathing, like heartbeats, like the fundamental pulse of life itself. This insect orchestra requires no conductor, no sheet music, just the instinctive knowledge of how to blend individual voices into perfect harmony. Water sounds weave through the cricket symphony. The gentle babbling of the stream. The occasional plop of a beaver tail. The soft splash of a night-feeding duck. Water has been nature's sleep sound since life began. Its endless variations on the theme of flow and movement creating the perfect background for dreams. For deep rest. For the kind of sleep that heals and restores rather than just passing time. Wind moves through the leaves with a different quality than daytime breezes. Night air carries sound differently, softening harsh edges, blending separate noises into unified whispers. The rustling of thousands of leaves becomes like surf, like breath, like the sound of time itself moving slowly and peacefully through the forest. Before we venture even deeper into the night, where owls share their ancient wisdom and the forest reveals its most profound mysteries, share with our peaceful community in the comments below. What sounds help you sleep most deeply? Is it rain on windows? Ocean waves? Forest sounds like these? Or perhaps the gentle breathing of someone you love? Tell us about the sounds that carry you safely into dreams. Feel yourself preparing to meet the true guardians of the night. The wise owls who have watched over sleeping forests for millions of years. You're carrying with you the peace of twilight's transition, the security of darkness, the comfort of night sounds, as we discover the deepest wisdom of the nocturnal forest. These lessons will guide you into the most profound sleep, where your own inner wisdom can emerge as clearly as any owl's call through the peaceful darkness. In the deepest part of the night, when the forest has settled into its most profound quiet, A new presence makes itself known, not through sudden movement or harsh sound, but through the gentle announcement of wisdom itself. From somewhere high in the ancient oak comes the soft, melodious call of a great horned owl, its voice carrying across the sleeping forest like a benediction, like a promise that all is well, that the night is safe, that peace will continue until dawn. This is the voice you've been waiting for without knowing it. The sound that signals the forest's transition into its deepest, most mystical phase. When ordinary rules are suspended and the ancient wisdom of the natural world speaks directly to your sleeping soul. The owl's call isn't just communication. It's incantation. A spell woven from sound waves and darkness that helps guide human consciousness into the realm of dreams. Feel yourself being drawn deeper into relaxation by this primordial voice. Your breathing automatically slowing to match the owl's calm rhythm. Your heartbeat settling into the ancient pace that has governed peaceful nights for millions of years. This is the sound your ancestors heard. The voice that has watched over sleeping humans since our species first learned to rest safely in the embrace of the natural world. The owl calls again. And this time you hear not just sound but meaning. Not just voice but invitation. An invitation to let go completely. To release your grip on wakefulness. To trust in the protection of these wise guardians who have been keeping watch over sleeping forests since long before cities. Before clocks. Before the artificial urgency that drives so much of modern life. In the spaces between the owl's calls, the forest holds its breath, as if all of nature is pausing to listen, to honor these moments when wisdom speaks, when the night reveals its deepest secrets to those patient enough, quiet enough, peaceful enough to hear. From the darkness above comes movement so silent it might be imagined. The great horned owl launches from its perch and glides through the canopy with a grace that defies belief. Its massive wings making no sound whatsoever. No whisper of air. No rustle of feathers. Just the silent flow of shadow through shadow. This is flight perfected. Movement without disturbance. Power expressed through perfect quietness. The secret of the owl's silent flight lies in the design of its feathers. Each flight feather has a soft, fringed edge that breaks up air turbulence before it can create sound. The leading edge has tiny serrations like a comb, while the trailing edge is soft and flexible. This evolutionary masterpiece allows the owl to approach prey undetected. But more importantly for your peaceful rest. It represents nature's ultimate achievement in the art of moving without causing disturbance. Watching your mind's eye as the owl settles onto a new perch with the same supernatural silence. Its talons gripping the branch without a sound. Its massive form somehow weightless. This is the physical embodiment of peace in action. Strength that never needs to prove itself. Power that operates through presence rather than force. The owl's very existence is a lesson in how to move through life without creating unnecessary noise or disturbance. The owl's eyes reflect moonlight as it surveys its domain. Not with the sharp alertness of anxiety, but with the calm awareness of complete confidence. This bird knows it belongs here. Knows it's perfectly equipped for night life. Knows it has nothing to fear and nothing to prove. This kind of deep self-assurance is profoundly calming to observe. It reminds you what it feels like to be exactly where you belong. doing exactly what you're designed to do. Between hunting flights, the owl simply sits, perfectly still, perfectly present, demonstrating that sometimes the most powerful action is no action at all. Just being, just existing, just maintaining quiet presence in a world that has forgotten the value of stillness. The owl's eyes are among nature's most remarkable adaptations, enormous in proportion to its head, designed to gather every available photon of light and concentrate it into clear vision in near total darkness. These eyes don't just see, they penetrate. They perceive layers of reality invisible to daylight creatures. Looking into an owl's eyes is like glimpsing into the mystery of night itself. Unlike human eyes that move within their sockets, owl eyes are fixed in place, requiring the bird to turn its entire head to look in different directions. But this apparent limitation becomes an advantage, creating the slow, deliberate head movements that make owls appear so wise, so contemplative. Each turn of the head is purposeful, considered, like a meditation master shifting attention from one focus to another. The owl's pupils dilate enormously in darkness, opening like black pools that seem to absorb light rather than simply collecting it. These eyes have adapted to function in light levels that would leave other creatures effectively blind. This ability to see clearly in conditions where others struggle represents a profound form of wisdom. The capacity to find clarity when others are confused, to perceive truth when others see only shadows. When moonlight catches the owl's eyes, they seem to glow with inner light, reflecting back the borrowed illumination like twin moons. This reflected light isn't harsh or startling, but soft, warm, reassuring, like gentle beacons guiding lost travelers safely through the darkness. The owl's eyes become symbols of hope, proof that even in the deepest night, there are guides who can see the way forward. The fixed gaze of the owl has a hypnotic quality. Steady, unblinking, infinitely patient. When an owl looks at you, it seems to see not just your physical form, but something deeper, some essential truth about who you are. This isn't the aggressive stare of a predator, but the compassionate attention of a being that has seen everything, understood everything, and accepted it all with perfect equanimity. The owl's voice changes as the night deepens. What began as clear, declarative hoots gradually become softer, more melodious, more like music than communication. These aren't the territorial calls of daylight birds, but something more ancient, more primal, the vocal equivalent of a lullaby that has been sung for millions of years to help the world settle into peaceful sleep. Different owl species contribute different notes to this nocturnal symphony. The great horned owl's deep, resonant hoots, the screech owl's gentle trill, the barred owl's rhythmic cuckoos for you, each voice perfectly pitched to complement the others, creating a harmony that seems to emerge from the forest itself rather than from individual birds. This is nature's own choir, singing the ancient songs of night and rest and peaceful dreams. The rhythm of all calls has a hypnotic quality, spaced just far enough apart to create anticipation, to make you listen for the next call, but slow enough to encourage your breathing to match their pace. Each call becomes a gentle reminder to breathe deeply, to relax more completely, to let go of whatever tension might still be lingering in your body or mind. Between calls, the silence is as important as the sound. These pauses allow each hoot to echo through the forest, to resonate in your consciousness, to create space for your own inner voice to emerge. The owl understands that communication isn't just about making sound, but about creating the right balance between sound and silence, between expression and listening, between speaking and simply being present. As you listen to these ancient voices, you begin to understand why owls have been associated with wisdom in cultures around the world. Their calls don't demand attention. They invite it. They don't force themselves into your awareness. They wait for you to become quiet enough, present enough, peaceful enough to hear their gentle teachings about the art of being fully awake while completely at rest. Throughout human history, in cultures separated by continents and centuries, the owl has appeared again and again as a symbol of deep wisdom, of knowledge that comes not from books or schools, but from patient observation, from sitting quietly in the darkness, from learning to see clearly when others are confused by shadows. This isn't coincidence. It's recognition of something true about these remarkable birds, something that speaks to the deepest part of human consciousness. The ancient Greeks chose the owl as the companion of Athena, goddess of wisdom, recognizing in this night bird the qualities they most valued in intellectual pursuit: the ability to see truth in darkness, to remain calm under pressure, to think clearly when others panic, to possess knowledge without the need to display it aggressively. The owl became a symbol of the kind of wisdom that whispers rather than shouts, that teaches through presence rather than lecturing. Native American traditions speak of owls as messengers from the spirit world, beings who can travel between the realm of the living and the land of dreams. This understanding recognizes what you're experiencing right now. The owl's unique ability to guide consciousness from waking awareness into the peaceful territory of sleep, to serve as a bridge between the everyday world and the deeper mysteries of rest and renewal. In Celtic folklore, owls were seen as guardians of the otherworld, protectors of sacred groves, keepers of ancient secrets. This tradition understood that some knowledge can only be accessed in quiet, in darkness, in the liminal spaces between day and night, between consciousness and sleep, between the known and the mysterious. The owl's wisdom isn't found in libraries, but in the silent spaces between thoughts, between heartbeats, between breaths. If you're finding deep peace in these ancient teachings about night and wisdom, please subscribe to our channel. We explore these timeless connections between human consciousness and nature's guidance every week, helping you discover the profound rest that comes from aligning with natural rhythms rather than fighting against them. As you rest deeper and deeper in the owl's protective presence, you begin to understand why these birds have been called the guardians of the night. Their vigilance isn't anxious or aggressive, but calm and comprehensive. They watch over the sleeping forest with the kind of attention that comes from complete confidence, from knowing that they're perfectly equipped for their role, from trusting in their ability to maintain the peace that allows all other creatures to rest safely. The owl's presence in the forest creates what ancient peoples called a peace field. an area of influence where its calm confidence radiates outward, affecting all creatures within range. Other nocturnal animals move more slowly when owls are present. Their behavior becomes more deliberate, more peaceful. Even potential prey species seem to understand that the owl's hunting is part of the natural order. Not something to fear, but simply to respect and accommodate. This kind of presence, calming rather than dominating, protective without being possessive, influential through being rather than doing, is the deepest form of wisdom. The owl teaches us that true power doesn't need to advertise itself, doesn't need to prove itself, just needs to be fully present, fully itself, fully committed to its role in the greater harmony of life. The owl's watchfulness allows all other forest creatures to relax more completely. Squirrels sleep more soundly in their tree holes. Deer rest more peacefully in their hidden clearings. Even the trees seem to breathe more deeply, knowing that these wise guardians are maintaining vigil. This is the gift of true leadership, creating conditions where others can flourish, can rest, can be their best selves without fear or anxiety. As you absorb this lesson about protective presence, feel your own body settling even more deeply into rest, knowing that you too are being watched over, guarded by forces both seen and unseen, protected by the ancient covenant between human consciousness and the natural world that has kept our species safe through countless thousands of peaceful nights. The moon has climbed higher now, its light filtering more freely through the canopy, creating pools of silver illumination in natural clearings. These moonlit spaces become theaters where night's most delicate dramas unfold, where flowers that sleep during the day slowly open their petals to receive lunar blessings, where nocturnal creatures gather to drink from streams that sparkle like liquid starlight. In one such clearing, night-blooming cereus flowers are beginning their spectacular, once-yearly opening. These mysterious blossoms remain closed and hidden all year, waiting for this perfect moment, this magical alignment of season and moonlight and temperature. When they unfurl into breathtaking white flowers that seem to glow with inner light, their fragrance so sweet and intoxicating it attracts night-flying moths from miles away. The opening of these night flowers happens slowly, deliberately, like a meditation in time-lapse, each petal uncurling with infinite patience, taking hours to complete the transformation from closed bud to fully opened bloom. This teaches the profound lesson that the most beautiful transformations can't be rushed, can only be allowed to unfold in their own perfect timing, at their own natural pace. Evening primrose flowers have already opened, their pale yellow petals catching moonlight and seeming to hold it, to concentrate it, to offer it back to the night in the form of gentle luminescence. These flowers understand something that daylight blooms don't. That beauty doesn't always need bright light to be fully appreciated. Sometimes the most profound beauty emerges in shadow, in quiet, in the gentle caress of reflected light. The fragrance of night flowers fills the clearing with perfume so subtle it's barely perceptible. You have to breathe deeply, slowly, mindfully to detect it. But once noticed, it seems to penetrate every cell, every breath, creating an olfactory lullaby that works directly on the nervous system. triggering the deep relaxation response that prepares body and mind for the most restorative sleep. As the night reaches its deepest phase, you sense the entire forest settling into the most profound rest. Not the temporary quiet of afternoon naps, but the deep, restorative sleep that heals and renews, that prepares all life for another day of growth and beauty. Trees seem to exhale deeply, releasing the day's accumulated energy, drawing their consciousness inward, focusing on the slow, essential work of cellular repair and root growth that happens in darkness. The owl calls one final time, but softer now, more like a whispered blessing than a proclamation. Its voice carrying the promise that all is well, that the watch is being kept, that you can let go completely, release all vigilance, all responsibility, all need to remain alert. The guardians of the night have taken over, and they are infinitely capable, infinitely trustworthy, infinitely committed to maintaining the peace until dawn. Feel yourself becoming part of this forest sleep. Your breathing synchronizing with the slow exhalation of trees. Your heartbeat matching the gentle pulse of sap rising and falling in ancient trunks. Your consciousness beginning to merge with the collective dream of the woodland, where individual identity dissolves into something larger, deeper, more peaceful than any personal awareness. The boundary between your body and the moss beneath you, between your breath and the night air, between your dreams and the forest's dreams. All these boundaries becoming softer, more permeable, until there's no separation, no distinction, just one vast, peaceful, sleeping consciousness that encompasses everything. Every tree, every creature, every star, every breath, every heartbeat, all part of one magnificent, eternal, restful whole. Before we enter the final phase of our journey, where all lessons integrate into perfect sleep, share with our peaceful community in the comments below. Have you ever felt this kind of connection with nature? This sense of being part of something larger than yourself? Tell us about a moment when you felt truly held by the natural world, truly safe in its embrace. Feel yourself preparing for the deepest rest, the most complete letting go. You're carrying with you the owl's wisdom, the forest's protection, the night's peace. As we move into our final meditation, these gifts will guide you into sleep so deep, so restorative, that you'll wake tomorrow feeling completely renewed, completely connected, completely at peace with your place in the great web of life. Now, as our magical journey through the forest kingdom draws to its most peaceful conclusion, take a moment to reflect on all the wisdom you've gathered during this gentle exploration. From the rich darkness of the underground root networks, to the soaring heights of the bird-filled canopy, from the patient work of decomposing leaves, to the ancient calls of night-flying owls, you've witnessed an entire ecosystem working in perfect harmony. Each layer, each season, each creature contributing to the magnificent symphony of forest life. You began this journey on the forest floor, among the fallen leaves and busy ants, learning the first lessons about patience and cooperation. about the beauty of working together without competition, about trusting in the slow, natural processes that sustain all life. These underground teachers showed you that the most important work often happens in silence, in darkness, hidden from view but absolutely essential for everything that flourishes above. Rising through the middle layers, you discovered the architectural marvels of bird nests, the acrobatic grace of squirrels, the methodical wisdom of food gathering and storage. These creatures of the branches taught you about preparation without anxiety, about building homes with love and attention to detail, about moving through life's challenges with confidence and grace, about finding your own perfect rhythm and trusting it completely. In the leafy crown, you witnessed the delicate world of insects, the patient caterpillars, the strong beetles, the graceful butterflies. These tiny teachers demonstrated that size doesn't determine significance, that some of life's most important lessons come from the smallest voices, that patience and presence can accomplish more than force or hurry ever could. Through the seasons, you observed the great wheel of time turning, spring's hopeful awakening, summer's abundant ease, autumn's colorful letting go, winter's peaceful rest. Each season perfect in its own way, each transition happening at exactly the right moment, teaching you that change doesn't have to be feared, but can be embraced as natural, necessary, beautiful. As you rest here in the moonlit forest, surrounded by all the creatures and plants you've come to know, you understand now that the forest isn't just a collection of individual trees and animals. It's a single, living, breathing organism, every part connected to every other part, every action affecting the whole, every life supported by and supporting the greater community. The mycorrhizal networks beneath your feet connect tree to tree, sharing nutrients, sharing information, creating an underground internet of cooperation and mutual support. Above ground, birds disperse seeds, insects pollinate flowers, predators maintain balance, decomposers recycle nutrients. Every role essential, every participant honored, every contribution valued. This is how life works when fear is replaced by trust, when competition gives way to collaboration. The forest's seasons teach the same lesson on a temporal scale. Spring doesn't fight against winter. Summer doesn't compete with autumn. Each season knows its time, plays its part, then gracefully yields to the next. This natural succession creates the perfect rhythm of growth and rest, activity and quiet, expansion and contraction, that sustains life indefinitely without exhaustion or burnout. Even the daily cycles of the forest demonstrate this principle. Dawn doesn't battle against night. Day doesn't resist evening. Instead, they flow into each other like dancers in a perfectly choreographed ballet. Each transition smooth, natural, inevitable, beautiful. The forest lives in constant flow, constant adaptation, constant change. Yet it maintains perfect stability, perfect peace, perfect harmony. You've learned that this same wisdom can guide your own life. The understanding that you too are part of this greater web, connected to all life, supported by forces seen and unseen, capable of contributing to the greater good simply by being fully yourself, fully present, fully committed to playing your own unique role in the grand symphony of existence. In this deep night quiet, with owl calls echoing softly through the darkness, you can feel the forest's pulse. Its slow, steady heartbeat that has been beating for thousands of years will continue beating for thousands more. This heartbeat isn't just metaphor. It's the actual rhythm of life circulating through the woodland. Nutrients flowing through root networks, water rising through tree trunks, oxygen cycling between plants and animals. The forest literally breathes, literally has circulation, literally maintains homeostasis like any living being. Your own heartbeat has synchronized with this larger pulse. Your breathing has matched the forest's respiratory rhythm. Your body temperature has adjusted to the woodland's thermal patterns. You've become part of this larger organism. A cell in the forest's body. A thought in the forest's mind. A dream in the forest's sleep. This integration isn't loss of identity. It's discovery of your true identity. Your real place in the web of life. The forest's consciousness operates at a different scale than human awareness. Tree time moves slowly, seasonally, annually. What seems like quick decisions to you unfold over months or years in forest time. This teaches patience, teaches the value of taking the long view, of making decisions based on sustainable patterns rather than immediate impulses, of trusting that some processes simply cannot be rushed. Yet the forest also demonstrates perfect presence. Every leaf responding instantly to changes in light. Every root extending immediately toward water or nutrients. Every flower opening exactly when pollinators arrive. This balance between long-term wisdom and moment-to-moment responsiveness creates the stability that has allowed forests to thrive for hundreds of millions of years. Through ice ages, through climate changes, through challenges that would destroy less adaptable systems. You carry this balance within you now. The ability to think long-term while acting appropriately in the present moment. To maintain your core identity while adapting flexibly to changing circumstances. To remain stable in your deepest self while flowing gracefully with life's constant transitions. As midnight deepens around you, the forest reveals its most profound secret. It isn't just a place where dreams happen. It's a place made of dreams, woven from the collective unconscious of every creature that has ever rested here. Every sleep, every dream, every peaceful moment has contributed to the forest's dreamlike quality. Its ability to induce the deepest, most restorative rest in all who enter with respect and quietness. The trees around you are repositories of countless peaceful nights. Their rings contain not just the history of weather and growth, but the memory of every creature that is sheltered beneath their branches, every bird that has nested in their limbs, every animal that has found safety in their shade. This accumulated peace radiates from every trunk, every branch, every leaf, creating an atmosphere that naturally induces rest and renewal. Indigenous peoples understood this. They knew that certain groves were especially powerful for dreaming. for healing, for receiving guidance from the spirit world. These sacred forests weren't just randomly chosen. They were places where the boundary between waking and sleeping consciousness had worn thin, where the veil between the everyday world and the realm of deeper wisdom became permeable, accessible to those who approached with the right attitude. You rest now in such a place, a natural sanctuary where millions of years of peaceful nights have concentrated into an almost tangible presence. The forest's accumulated wisdom, its stored tranquility, its collected dreams, all combining to create the perfect environment for the deepest sleep, the most healing rest, the most transformative dreams your consciousness has ever experienced. Feel this ancient peace seeping into your bones, into your blood, into every cell of your body. You're not just visiting this forest. You're becoming part of its eternal rest, part of its timeless dream, part of its endless cycle of renewal and restoration. Your own sleep tonight will add to this accumulation. Your dreams will become part of the forest's collective unconscious. Your rest will contribute to the peace that future visitors will discover when they too find their way to this sacred place. Before you drift completely into the forest's embrace, into the deepest sleep you've ever experienced, I want to connect with you, our peaceful community of dreamers, of nature lovers, of souls seeking rest in a world that has forgotten how to be still. If you've made it this far into our forest journey, if you're still here listening to the owl calls and feeling the moss beneath your dream body, you're part of something special, something rare in our rushed modern world. In the comments below, I'd love to know, which forest teacher spoke most deeply to your soul tonight? Was it the patient ants with their lessons about cooperation? The graceful squirrels with their fearless leaping? The wise caterpillars with their meditation on transformation? The magnificent owls with their ancient wisdom? Or perhaps the trees themselves, with their lessons about growing slowly but surely toward the light? Share with us. What's your favorite way to connect with nature when you need peace? Do you have a special tree you visit? A park where you go to think? A garden where you find solace? Or maybe just a houseplant that reminds you of the natural world's quiet wisdom? Our community learns from each other's experiences. Each person's connection with nature enriches all of our journeys. If this forest sanctuary has brought you peace tonight, if these gentle stories have helped you release the tensions of your day, please subscribe to our channel. We create these peaceful journeys through the natural world every week, each one designed to help you find deeper relaxation, better sleep, stronger connection with the calming wisdom that surrounds us always. Your subscription tells us that these quiet voices matter, that there's still room in our busy world for slowness, for gentleness, for the kind of deep rest that heals both body and soul. Next week, we'll journey together to the ocean's depths, where whales sing lullabies older than continents, where bioluminescent creatures paint dreams in living light, where the rhythm of tides teaches the ultimate lesson about letting go and flowing with forces greater than ourselves. Until then, rest deeply, dream peacefully, and know that you carry the forest's wisdom with you wherever you go. Now, let yourself sink even deeper into this mossy bed that has formed itself perfectly to cradle your dream body. Feel how the earth beneath you is warm, not with external heat, but with the slow, patient warmth of decomposition, of countless leaves returning their stored sunlight to the soil, of earthworms and bacteria working steadily, gently transforming last season's growth into next season's possibility. This is the warmth of life cycling through death back into life. The most fundamental, most comforting warmth in all of nature. As you settle deeper into this natural mattress, feel yourself being covered by the softest blanket, woven from fallen leaves, from moonbeams, from the gentle exhalations of sleeping trees. This covering is infinitely light yet perfectly warm. It seems to know exactly how much weight you need to feel secure, how much warmth you require to stay comfortable through the night. It adjusts automatically to your body's needs, like a living thing that cares for you personally, individually, completely. Above you, the canopy of leaves and branches forms a natural ceiling, a protective roof that shields you from everything harsh or startling. Moonlight filters through this living architecture, creating patterns of silver and shadow that shift and dance hypnotically, like the most beautiful mobile ever created, designed specifically to lull your eyes, your mind, your entire nervous system into the deepest possible relaxation. Listen to the gentle sounds surrounding your forest bed, the soft breathing of trees, the whispered conversations of leaves, the distant trickle of stream water, the occasional hoot of your owl guardian. These sounds don't disturb your rest. They enhance it. They become part of your breathing, part of your heartbeat, part of your gradual dissolution into the forest's peaceful embrace. Feel your body becoming heavier, denser, sinking deeper into the soft earth, but also becoming lighter, more ethereal, as if you're simultaneously melting into the ground and floating above it. This paradox doesn't confuse you. It comforts you. It's the perfect balance between grounding and transcendence, between earthiness and spirituality, between individual consciousness and cosmic awareness. As you rest deeper and deeper in the forest's embrace, feel the boundaries of your physical body beginning to soften, to become more permeable, your skin becoming like the bark of trees, strong enough to maintain your essential shape, but porous enough to allow the free exchange of energy, of breath, of life force between your individual being and the larger organism of the forest. Your arms and legs are becoming like branches and roots, extensions of your core self that reach out to connect with other forms of life. Your fingers stretching like twigs towards sources of light and nourishment. Your feet extending like roots deep into the rich earth, drawing out minerals, water, the accumulated wisdom of countless generations of forest life. You're not losing yourself in this transformation. You're finding your true self, your connected self, your ecological self. Your breath is synchronizing completely with the forest's respiratory rhythm. Each inhalation drawing in not just oxygen, but the life force, the prana, the essential energy that flows through all living things. Each exhalation releasing not just carbon dioxide, but any remaining tension, any lingering worry, Any sense of separation between yourself and the web of life that sustains and supports all existence. Your heartbeat is becoming part of the forest's circulation system. The slow, steady pulse that moves nutrients through root networks. That lifts water from soil to canopy. That maintains the flow of life through every tree, every plant, every creature in this peaceful ecosystem. Your individual circulation merging with this larger circulation. Your personal rhythms harmonizing with the ancient rhythms that have sustained life on Earth for billions of years. Your consciousness is beginning to merge with the forest's collective awareness, still maintaining your unique perspective, your individual thoughts and dreams, but now experiencing them as part of a much larger mind. A vast, peaceful, loving intelligence that encompasses every leaf, every root, every creature, every breath, every moment of this eternal forest dream. Now, in this final moment of our forest journey, feel yourself completely embraced by the ancient peace that has been growing in this place for thousands upon thousands of years. Every tree around you has been a guardian of sleep, a protector of dreams, a keeper of the sacred rest that heals all wounds, restores all energy, renews all hope. You are being held by forces older than civilization, wiser than any human knowledge, more loving than any personal relationship. Let your breathing become so slow, so deep, so peaceful that each breath takes longer than the one before. Each inhalation drawing you deeper into the forest's eternal calm. Each exhalation releasing you further from the everyday world, from the need to think, to plan, to worry, to do anything except simply be. Simply rest. Simply trust in the perfect safety of this natural sanctuary. Your consciousness is becoming like moonlight filtering through leaves. Gentle, diffuse, no longer focused on any particular thought or concern. Just a soft, peaceful awareness that flows wherever it will, illuminating whatever it touches with calm, with acceptance, with the deep knowing that all is well. All has always been well. All will always be well in the great cycle of life and rest and renewal. Feel yourself sinking now beyond physical sensation, beyond thought, beyond individual identity, into the vast, peaceful depths of forest consciousness, where every creature that has ever lived, ever rested, ever dreamed in this place continues to exist in a state of perfect peace, perfect safety, perfect love. You're joining this eternal communion of forest souls, this timeless gathering of all who have found rest beneath these ancient trees. The owl calls one last time, but now you hear it from inside the forest's mind, from inside the forest's heart, from inside the forest's dream. Its voice no longer comes from outside you, but from within you, because you are the forest now, and the forest is you. And in this perfect unity, this complete integration, this absolute peace, you discover the deepest sleep, the most restorative rest, the most healing dreams your soul has ever known. Sleep now, forest dreamer. Sleep in the embrace of ancient trees. Sleep in the protection of wise owls. Sleep in the comfort of soft moss and gentle moonlight. Sleep, and know that you are loved. You are safe. You are home. And when you wake, you will carry this forest peace with you. This forest wisdom. This forest love. Into whatever dawn awaits. Sweet dreams. Until we meet again. In the ocean's depths. On Wednesday night. Where whales will sing you even deeper into the mysteries of peaceful sleep.